Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves Country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves Country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves Country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves Country.
the first choice for every occasion. Ah, You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves Country. Are y'all ready for this damn game? Good Lord, good Almighty. I am ready for this. I hope y'all are. I hope y'all are getting set. Hope you're getting everything grilled off and cooled down and probably checking in on some college football games and getting ready for what is easily the biggest game of the year. And it's not just because it's the first game of the playoffs. It's not just because it's against the Phillies. It's because we're going to find out what this team is about. We're absolutely going to find out what this team is about. We're going to get in here and good to see folks in the chat. We are going to be launching on the PSF app for the first time tonight. Could be a little bumpy. I'm not suggesting that you go over that app, but we will give you the option. And our broadcast is coming in on the PSF app tonight for game 1 and then maybe game 4. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, it's going to be here on the YouTube channel. Do want to clarify that we're not, someone called up to one of the stations, wanted to know if we were going to be, yes, we're going to be on the YouTube channel. We're not going to not be on the YouTube channel, but we're going to try to fire that thing up around first pitch. We're doing the pregame show here, and then we're going to fire that up around first pitch. You'll get the same call no matter where you are, but you may enjoy the app. We're going to have the camera on the app. We're going to have the camera off over here because the way I have to have things set up, it's going to damn near blind you, but yet I can hide it off of my phone, which is how I'm doing the app, if that makes sense. So anyways, we are getting set for game number 1. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen what's already taken place as far as the different, well, I mean, a lot of news. Number 1, I don't want to go any further before we address this. Kyle Wright is not just done for this season. It appears that Kyle Wright is done for 2024. Kyle Wright is going into gonna have shoulder surgery, and he gone. And it's a shame. I don't think it's crippling. We haven't gotten much out of Kyle Wright this year. And when he has played, he's kind of gotten knocked around. But I was really hoping he was going to be able to be that piggyback. Now I think things change. Now I think because he has more experience coming out of the pen of recent, I think you're probably going to get Elder starting game 3, and AJ Smith-Shawver will be in there the first time that there's a issue. I was hoping to see the other way around. I was hoping to see AJ I got the chat on my mind. Goat AY Yvonne. I see Yvonne's coming in from Venezuela. I'm sure he is a Ronald Acuna Jr. fan. The gist of it now is, as opposed to hopefully getting the SSAJ starting game 3 and Kyle Wright spelling the last few innings of what would be a traditional start. So we'll say, AJ would have went 3 innings and then you would have gotten maybe 2 out of Kyle. Now what you're probably going to get, they're going to try to roll Bryce Elder out there and hope for the best. That's really all you can do, is hope for the best. And if he shows any signs of not being able to get through it, I would say they're going to go get the bullpen. And depending on the situation, it could be Shawver if it's to begin an inning. If it's to get out of a jam, they may go elsewhere, because you got to figure some of these guys with a lot more experience of coming out of the pen with ducks on the pond. So that was a big, big blow, and we hate to see it. But look, there's nothing you can do about it, but wish Kyle the best. And hopefully when he comes back in 2024, he doesn't look the way we have seen. Unfortunately, Mike Soroka has been for the last, pretty much since 2019, he's been a non-factor. So we put that aside, and the other big thing is the roster, how they laid out the roster. And if you didn't see how the roster laid out, so you get 26, just as you do in the regular season, and we are going with 12 pitchers and 14 position players. And with it being a 5-game series, this is not out of the norm. Now, Philly went 13-13, and we'll do that in a minute, talk about Phillies, but we went 12 pitchers, 14 hitters. And the pitchers that we went with, let's start with the right side. We ended up going Strider, Elder, and then the SSAJ, AJ Smith-Shawver. We've got Michael Tonkin. We've got Kirby Yates, Pierce Johnson, Joe Jimenez, Iglesias, and then the big shock to everybody was Daisbel Hernandez, who has shown the Braves coaching staff quite a bit over the last few weeks and pitched well in the practice games this week. He made the roster. And look, he's got a good fastball. He's a guy who keeps the ball low, keeps the ball in-house, and against this Phillies offense, I think that's why they went with it. A lot of folks were disappointed Jesse Chavez didn't make the roster, and I believe a lot of that had to do with the fact that, and don't discount the fact that Jesse will probably be on there come the NLCS if we make it that far. But they are looking for the hardest throwing strikeout guys that we have available, because Philadelphia is a strikeout lineup. They just are. And so with all that being said, you're looking at a couple of different things here. From the right side, you take the starters away, Strider and Elder, and then I'm going to put SSAJ in that same category, because if he's used, it's most likely going to be in a multi-inning piggyback situation, just like Tonkin. The back end of a game where we may have a lead, you're talking about Yates, Pierce Johnson, Iglesias, Daisbel Hernandez, and Joe Jimenez. From the left side, obviously Max Fried goes game 2. And then once again, we've been talking about this for weeks. We got two lefties. We got AJ Minter and Brad Hand. And Brad Hand, I believe that game that he won in Philadelphia a few weeks back had a lot to do with why he made the team. That and the fact-handed pitcher out there, and not end up with what would be a, if you go out there and you've got a 12-man roster or a 12-man pitching staff and you only have one lefty, it really makes it easy for them to predict what you're going to do. So that's got a lot to do with it. And look, Philadelphia's balanced, not just in their pitching staff, but also on their bench. So Snicker's going to have to pick and choose. He's going to have to pick and choose, where does he go? Where does he go with Hand when he does decide to use him? And I would tend to think that if we get a starter who gets in trouble early and you have to go eat a few innings in the beginning to try to get everything settled down, I believe it's going to be Tonkin over anyone else. He has proven time in and time out this entire season that he deserves that opportunity, right? And so you talk about the later end, back end of the bullpen, obviously they're going to try to build it Minter to Iglesias. But you talk about that seventh inning, and I will be interested to see which way they go. Do they go Pierce Johnson? Do they go Kirby Yates or Joe Jimenez? I think because Jimenez has been a little rocky recently, you're more likely to see Jimenez in a 6th or 7th inning scenario. And in the 8th inning, if they need a righty, you're going to see them most likely go to either Pierce Johnson and Yates. And the thing about Yates is he's got the experience, and he's gotten some big outs in his career. I like Pierce Johnson's fastball much better, but he's really a 2-pitch pitcher. So if you put him in there, you can't have him go very long, because the guy standing on deck, the next guy up, they're getting to see that curveball and that fastball, and that's pretty much what he is right now. He's got one other off speed that he'll throw in there every once in a while, but he's pretty much curveball fastball, but it's an elite fastball. The reason why I think that they have more belief in Kirby Yates is because Kirby Yates has the pedigree of being a closer, number one. And number two, Kirby Yates has gotten out of jams. I think a lot of us are a little concerned when we think about Kirby Yates, because we think of some of the debacles that he had earlier in the season. And it really hasn't been that long ago. And so how they build getting to Iglesias, how they build getting to Minter, that's going to be the key, not just for tonight, but for the series. What the Braves really need is Spencer Strider to go out there and dominate the Phillies. He has dominated the Phillies. We'll hit the numbers later. He's pitched against Philadelphia 4 times this year. The Braves are 4-0 when he's pitched, and he has been lights out. I think it's 26 innings. I want to say 38 strikeouts, and he's got an ERA of just under 3, which is pretty darn good. Now, here's the problem. Ranger Suarez, who pitches tonight, and that's why I was really hoping and rooting hard for that series to go 3. Ranger Suarez has pitched very well against the Braves. He's won some, he's lost some, but all in all, it's not really realistically been his fault. Ranger Suarez has pitched well against the Braves. He's kept the score down. He does give up the long ball every once in a while, but so does Strider. I think he's given up 13 home runs in about 110 innings pitched. It's right there in that neighborhood. So for all intents and purposes, about a little over a home run every 9 innings. All right, that's really not that terrible, but it's definitely not elite. So he can. What we're hoping for is that if we do knock one out on him, we've got guys on. And when you look at all this, and you look at the way they're building the lineup, here's where it gets really interesting, y'all. So I told you we got 14 batters, 14 position players. So some of these names, everybody expects them. Murphy, Darno, Ozzie, Olson, Riley, Arcia, Acuna, Michael Harris II, Ozuna, Rosario, Pilar, Wall, Nicky Lopez. Who was the oddball? Who was the oddball? Vaughn Grissom has been added to the NLDS roster. What the hell are they going to do with Vaughn Grissom? That guy can't play defense. What the hell's going on? I guarantee you, Vaughn Grissom is going to be used to pinch run if, we'll say, Ozuna gets on middle innings and we're looking for that run to get home. Vaughn Grissom can be used to pinch run. You can also just flat out use him to pinch hit, and then you bring someone else in to play defense. And you can do that anywhere in the lineup, right? So Vaughn Grissom, he's done a lot of bad things this year, but the one thing he's done all year long, he has hit, and he has hit at a high rate. So they decided not to go with the extra pitcher and to go with the extra batter. I like it because in a 5-game series, let's be honest, you don't need, in theory, you could go 13 or even 14 pitchers, but you don't need them because in a 5-game series, we're not talking about having to map out the rest of the season. In a 5-game series, if a game gets away from you, you just put one guy in to kind of take one for the team. But when you're going after and you're getting aggressive, remember, we play today, off tomorrow. We play Monday, off Tuesday. So you can be super aggressive with the bullpen. Then we play 2 games in a row in Philadelphia. Ooh, considering this team has played like 18, 19 in a row in spurts. They play 2 games in a row, then they get another day off. So they can use their bullpen any way they choose this series. You're not looking at a situation, for instance, in a traditional 5-game series where you would play 2, have a day off, and play 2. Well, you kind of have to look at, all right, well, what if we have to use back into the bullpen? You can't really ask a guy to pitch 4 times in 5 days. You're not asking them that on this. It's not ideal to have these guys pitch 4 times in 6 days, but it can be done. And so we're looking at arguably one of, if not the most important decisions that they have made in the entire year going into this. Because let's be honest, this entire thing has been, how far do we get in the playoffs? We're putting Vaughn Grissom on the roster and essentially leaving Jesse Chavez off. But I don't hate the move because Jesse Chavez missed a lot of time. He's been solid, but remember something too with Chavez. He's not a big time swing and miss guy. Usually with Chavez, the ball gets put in play. I think he will be very important, and they'll keep him loose. He'll be very important in the 2 rounds after this if we get that far. But you got to get there, and it's not going to do us any good to have Jesse Chavez, being basically a glorified cheerleader. So there you have that. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the lineup. It's different tonight. We're going to talk about the intangibles. And we're also going to talk about the lineup and how they have fared against tonight's starting pitchers. I've got the numbers. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves
You're
Country.
listening.
Keep it locked in here on your radio affiliates and Braves Country Radio YouTube. Find us today.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
So, take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire The entire
Yes.
podcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but if 99% of the people in the world find you ugly, 78 million still find you attractive. And out of those 78 million, 49 million of those are blind, and 29 million just have bad taste because you ugly.
Welcome back. So, did want to hit up real quick the scoreboard, as obviously we got a lot of things moving and shaking in Major League Baseball. Baltimore loses Game 1 to Texas 3-2, and man, Baltimore better wake up. God bless. We're gonna have that Texas Ranger fan in here talking smack again. Someone needs to beat those damn Rangers. Houston leads Minnesota 1-0. That game is in the third right now. There you have that. The Braves start in just a little bit. We'll have pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. If you're just joining us, we'll be turning the camera off because I got to turn some things on, and it damn near makes it where you can't see off of the camera that I have because the light shines right through it. If you do want to watch, if you do want the camera on, you can go to the PSF app. We're doing Game 1 on that tonight, and but the broadcast will be the same. The broadcast will be the same whether you're here or you're over there. The only difference is camera on or camera off. And they got some bells and whistles that we'll get into in a later time. Probably try to explain it on the Monday show. Don't really have a lot of time to get into that, as they're just getting off the ground. They're doing football, and they came and found us to do the baseball playoffs, and they got us doing game 1, and I think we'll get either game 4 or 5, and we will get some NLCS games. But the plan is next year we will be on there quite a bit, and as well as our YouTube channel. So none of that's going to change. Simulcast, along with wherever you're listening to us on radio. And tonight, let's get into the lineups, because holy cow, look, I understand the numbers. I understand why they're doing it. I'm not even saying it's necessarily a terrible idea, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm extremely nervous about the fact that they have changed the lineups when we are talking about being this late into the season and they're not going off. Yeah, it's the old adage. I've been talking about this for a long time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And for whatever reason, they're trying to fix it. So here's the lineup for tonight. We'll give you the numbers and everything right before first pitch, but if you haven't seen the lineup, you ready for this? Acuna's leading off, nothing new. Austin Riley is hitting second. Now, why is Austin Riley hitting second? Well, Austin Riley has got the best numbers of anybody against Ranger Suarez. I get that. But what are we doing? Sometimes you overthink yourself. Olsen is hitting third. Here we go. Getting cute, getting cute. Trying to just find a way to get cute. Olsen is hitting third. Ozzie Albies is your cleanup hitter. And we'll go into all the numbers against Ranger Suarez here in a second. Ozuna will follow Ozzie. And then it's kind of close to what we've seen recently, except normally when there's a left-handed bat, we don't see Harris up as high as he is. Harris is hitting sixth. The Magic Kingdom, Orlando Arcia later, he is hitting seventh. Murphy, eighth, who has never faced Ranger Suarez. And number 9 is Kevin Pillar. And so you're talking about a game in which you need to get some runs. You need to get you're trying to find a way to get anything going offensively. And I understand what is going on, why they're doing it. But man, it makes you nervous. It makes you nervous as hell when you see all of these names in different spots of the lineup. Here's the reason why. Okay, Acuna's 4 for 14. You're not putting him anywhere else but leadoff. He's this year's MVP. It is what it is, right? He's 4 for 14. Those aren't terrible numbers. Those aren't great numbers. But considering what everyone else's numbers are, they're not too shabby. He does not have a home run. He's got 2 RBIs and 1 strikeout. Now, I like that, the fact that he's had 14 at-bats against Suarez and only 1 strikeout. Riley is 6 for 16 with a home run, an RBI, and 2 strikeouts. That's why they've got him up at the number 2 slot. It still makes me nervous. Olsen, 4 for 15 with 2 strikeouts. I'm a little surprised, considering that it's a lefty, that they wouldn't just go ahead and leave Olsen where he was at and just flip-flop Ozzie and Riley. But I guess maybe they're thinking that if Olsen's staying behind Riley, Riley's bound to see better pitches. Okay. Ozuna's 3 for 13 with 5 Ks. Harris is 1 for 13. 1 for 13 and 2 strikeouts. And that's where they lose me with this. He's 1 for 13. No extra base hits, 2 strikeouts. RC is 1 for 5 and a strikeout. All right, that's a small sample size. Kevin Pillar is 2 for 6. So he's batting 333 with a home run and an RBI. What the hell? Why wouldn't you just put Harris back down at the 9 spot, Pillar up there? Then obviously when they bring in the right-hander, you pull Pillar out of the lineup and away we go. I did not get that at all. I mean, come on. What are we doing? Now, as devastating as that is, you're like, man, we don't have very good numbers against this guy. This is going to be tough. Listen, these numbers for the Phillies against Strider. Woo! It could be worse. It could be worse. Kyle Schwarber's 4 for 19. He does have a home run, but he has struck out 10 times. 10 times. Ouch. Trey Turner. He is 0 for 14 with 2 strikeouts. Now, the only thing about this is it just tells me something. These guys are too good at hitters. They're due. They're due. But hopefully we get out of October and They can come do the first series in April next year. Bryce Harper, 3 for 16. He does have a home run, but 6 strikeouts. 3 for 16. Alec Boehm, 3 for 20. No home runs, 2 RBIs, and 5 strikeouts. JT Realmuto, 3 for 15 with 8 strikeouts. Castellanos, he's always a thorn on our side. 3 for 18 with an RBI and 8 Ks. So they don't pick up Strider well. It's not shocking because they are a power hitting club, but they also strike out a lot. By the way, Brandon Marsh is 4 for 11. I'm a little surprised. Marsh, where do they have him hitting tonight? 8th. I'm a little surprised that Marsh isn't up higher in the lineup because of that. But hey, they're doing what I'm saying the Braves should be doing, which is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Put your lineup out there, just roll it out, and it is what it is. Rojas, by the way, is 1 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. So that kind of tells you, and we'll get back to this in a moment, but that kind of tells you the little things about it. Oh, by the way, tonight's umpire. Oof. Did I do a deep dive on this guy? Brian Anora. Now, I think in some ways this helps us a little bit. I really do. But it's going to help Ranger Suarez as well. Let's not act like it's only going to go one-sided. Brian Anora, first of all, of 92 home plate umpires this year in Major League Baseball, anybody have a guess where Brian Anora, who is behind the home plate for an NLDS Game 1 assignment? Oh, man, he's got to be top 20, top 10. Is he top 5? He's 7th from the bottom. He's 86th of 92. What the hell? Why is this guy umpiring home plate Game 1 of NLDS? Thanks, baseball. Thanks, MLB. What does he do? Okay, first of all, 91% accuracy. Now, that sounds great if you're talking about 91% on your math quiz. 91% home plate umpire getting balls and strikes correct. That is awful. I get mad at umpires all the time, and I'll see their call, their correct call rate the next day. It's like 94%, 93%, and I'm like, And I guess because I see it so often, I can relate to when I saw the 91.3, I was like, that can't be right. There's no way in hell. Yep, it's right. And what he tends to do is he tends to have a wide strike zone, but he will squeeze the corners up top and around the edges. So if you're looking at the box of a yeah, good. I should, except they've already picked up my Halloween costume. I'm going as what is it called? My wife's got me and the dogs dressing up for the League of Their Own. But if you're envisioning a box, a strike zone box, and you got the corners up top and you got the corners down low, that's where he tends to squeeze folks. But he's usually very wide, and on inside pitches, he gives the benefit of the doubt. So keep that in mind. Now, I hope Strider takes advantage of that. If we're going to have a crappy umpire, let's go get aggressive, and let's go bounce it in and out of the zone. Let's try to get all these calls. And we know the Phillies will argue much quicker than the Braves will. And you might get some guys launched out of the game. But it is really dumbfounding that this guy got the call for Game 1 of an NLDS. 86th of 92 ranked umpires behind home plate this year. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, come on. So there you have that. The intangibles going into this series, I think there's a couple of them. First of all, for tonight, it's going to be getting those butterflies out for both sides, but much more for the Braves because Phillies already got the butterflies out, right? They got to get the homecoming opponent in the Miami Marlins in round 1. The Braves haven't played in a few days. Just get the first game jitters out of the way. Strider go out there and pitch well. There's no way he has not thought about how poorly he pitched in last year's game against Philadelphia. I'm hoping that is not a moment that's going to get in his head. It's more of a motivational moment. And I do believe Strider's going to come out throwing fireballs. I just hope to hell he's hitting the zone and he's staying within himself. If Strider pitches Strider type games, he's got a 2.42 ERA and a 191 batting average against versus Philly, and the Braves are 4-0. He has a .81 whip. I mean, those are big time numbers. But Braves fans were all in the same boat. We all saw what we watched last year. And yes, there were reasons why it happened, but we're still nervous as hell going into this. But to me, the intangibles for this series, there's a couple of things. Philadelphia, they're motivated to finish the job. That's what we keep hearing, how motivated they are to finish the job from 2022. How they were going to do what they couldn't complete last year. And I find that funny that the national media continues to bang that drum, because I feel like that was what the Braves were doing when we started this season. They think the Phillies didn't finish the job? Please. It wasn't the Phillies that didn't get a chance to finish the job. It was the Braves. The Braves went out there, had a phenomenal regular season, ran out of gas, and just spit the bit going into the series against Philadelphia last year. And so to sit there and say, well, they didn't finish the job. It's the Braves didn't finish the job. But to me, it's more than that with the Braves, because I feel like not finishing the job is kind of how they started this season and what's kept them motivated. I believe that is what is quote unquote not finishing the job was the regular season. Now I believe the Braves, more than anything else, are playing for history. They want to win 2 World Series of the last 3 years. They want to cap off this phenomenal season with a hell of a ride through October. Acuna's MVP year, they want to put a stamp on, hey, that was the year we won the World Series. You've had the great years and the records broken across the board. Now it's time to go out and go get the damn thing done in October. My pick to click for the series MVP, I can't go against Acuna. I can't. I think you're going to see someone come out possessed. I think you're going to see a guy busting his hump down the line. He's going to be, how he was kind of going through the motions the last few weeks as far as running down to first. He's making sure he didn't pop a hamstring. Hamstrings are getting popped everywhere. We running through stop signs. The Braves are going to get it done. So my series MVP is going to be Ronald Acuna Jr. I was going with Ozzie Albies, but I'm flipping the script. I think Acuna, if he doesn't get it now, he's going to get it in the NLCS, but that's okay. I'm hedging my bet that it's going to be Acuna. My pick to click tonight, I want to go with Acuna because I'm talking about him being the series MVP. But how the hell do you not go with Austin Riley? 6 for 16 and a home run. Honest engine, your pick to click. We never pick batters. It's probably going to be Strider. But the pick to click, the batter to click tonight, I think it's got to be Riley. And I'm going with the Braves winning 4-2. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think runs are going to be at a premium tonight and Monday night. When it's Fried versus Wheeler, we do not score runs on Wheeler. I think you're going to get a higher scoring game in Game 3. And I think your Atlanta Braves are going to go out and win this series in 4 games. Strider's going to win tonight. He's going to win Thursday night, the clincher. There will be no Game 5 Braves in 4 games. If not, we'll be heading to Game 5 back here, same time a week from today, and we'll be doing the same damn thing. All right, we're going to step aside for a second, get ready for starting lineups, all that jazz. Braves, Phillies, let's get it. God dog it. I hope y'all are ready. I want to see some chopping in the chat. I want to see some people fired up. I want to see people raising Cain. Come on, Braves, let's get it. Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves fans, Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off, the designated hitter for the Philadelphia Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, 47 home runs, 104 RBI, a 197 batting average. Trey Turner batting second, playing short, 26 home runs, 76 RBI, 30 stolen bases, 266 on the year. Bryce Harper batting third, playing first, 21 home runs, 72 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting 293. And Alec Boehm, the cleanup hitter, playing third, 20 home runs, 97 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting 274. Bryson Stott playing second base with 15 home runs, 62 RBI, 31 stolen bases, batting 280. JT Realmuto is behind home plate with 20 home runs, 63 RBI, 16 stolen bases, batting 252. Nick Castellanos is the right fielder with 29 home runs, 106 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting 272. Brandon Marsh is in left field with 12 home runs, 60 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting 277. And Rojas is in center field with 2 home runs, 23 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting 302. On the mound for the Philadelphia Phillies, it'll be the southpaw, Ranger Suarez, 6'1", 217 pounds, out of Venezuela, the 28-year-old, 4-6 with a 4.18 ERA. He had 119 strikeouts and a 1.42 whip on the 2023 season. He faced Atlanta only one time this year, going 6 innings, giving up just 1 earned run, striking out 7, as Atlanta won back on June 20th, 4-2. He'll be going head-to-head for your Atlanta Braves with Spencer Strider. Spencer Strider's 20-5 on the year with a 3.86 ERA, 281 strikeouts, and a 1.09 whip. Against these Philadelphia Phillies this year, Spencer Strider faced the Phillies 4 times, going 26 innings, striking out 38, and allowing just 7 runs. The Atlanta Braves, in Spencer's 4 starts versus the Phillies, are 4-0. Leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., 41 home runs, 106 RBI, 73 stolen bases, batting 337. Austin Riley, batting second, playing third, 37 home runs, 97 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting 281. Matt Olson, batting third, playing first, 54 home runs, 139 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .283. Ozzie Albies, batting cleanup, 33 home runs, 109 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .280. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, has 40 home runs, 100 RBI, batting .274. Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves. 18 home runs, 57 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .293. Lando Arcia, batting 7th, playing short, with 17 home runs, 65 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .264. Sean Murphy is behind home plate for your Atlanta Braves, calling the game with 21 home runs, 68 RBI, batting .251. And Kevin Pillar will be in left field, batting 9th for your Atlanta Braves. 9 home runs, 32 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .228. Atlanta Braves come in with a record of 104 wins, 58 losses, 52-29 at home. Philadelphia Phillies, 90-72 on the year, 41-40 on the road. Game time temperatures are expected to be in the mid-60s here at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, which holds 41,149, and we are expecting a sellout, raucous crowd. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it'll be Brian Onora. First base umpire, Ben May. The second base umpire, Mark Carlson. And down the third base line, it's David Rackley. The deep left field umpire, Chris Guccione. And right field is Ramon DeJesus. This is game 1 of a best-of-5 series. The first 2 tonight and Monday night here in Truist Park. Wednesday night, and if necessary, Thursday in Philadelphia, with Saturday, game 5, if necessary, would be right back here in Truist Park, Saturday night, in front of this crowd. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves-Phillies, an old rivalry renewed with the highest possible stakes. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Good evening, Braves Country. Welcome in from everyone listening on external radio, wherever you're picking this up at. Of course, we simulcast on YouTube, Braves Country Radio on YouTube. And tonight we're on the PSF app as well. So find us today. It's about that time. We're not that far from first pitch. Let's go ahead and get roll call.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Josh, Vic, Carrie, Diane, Donald, Goat, Copper Cat. I thought I saw some others in here. Josh, I thought I saw Edward in here, but a lot of things flying at me at once. I'm looking at several different screens tonight. There's Jameson and AY. Looks like the Phillies are going to be wearing their road grays with the red Phillies across the chest. Ivan as well, or Yvonne, not sure how you pronounce that. Rob, good evening to everybody. If we missed anybody in Braves Country, go ahead and throw yourself in the chat. We'll also say hello to you in the app as well. As we're going to get things rolling here as the sun's starting to set here in Truist Park. The Phillies are wearing their road grays with the red Philly across the chest, red ball caps with the white P. Braves are wearing their classic home whites. They are not wearing the City Connects like they normally do on Saturday nights. Good evening, Keith. Good evening, Gary. And Spencer Strider's throwing his last few warm-up pitches. Braves will be wearing the classic home whites with the red Braves across the chest, red tomahawk underneath. Numbers on the back in red and the names in navy. We're just about set here. Going to hit that scoreboard real quick, get you caught up. Houston leads Minnesota 3-0. That game is in the top of the fifth. And Texas earlier today beat Baltimore 3-2. I think you can expect a lot of low-scoring games. Usually pitching is what gets it done here in October. And Braves will get more into the lineup as we go throughout the game, but much different lineup than we normally see. Pilar is in left field if you're just joining us. Everyone else pretty much the same with Murphy behind the plate. Good evening, Isaac. And get set because Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire, we talked about this in the pregame show over here on Braves Country Radio on YouTube. He is ranked 86th of 92 home plate umpires behind the home plate this year. So what the heck is all I got to say? What is he doing a playoff game behind home plate? I mean, if you feel like you got to put him in there, put him out in left field. We're almost ready to roll. Kyle Schwarber's digging into the plate. And here's the first pitch of the 2023 playoffs for the Braves. The first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is roasted off the center field wall. It's going to carry him back to Michael Harris, a second. Down for a base hit. It's a leadoff double. And the Philadelphia Phillies are off to a phenomenal start here in game number 1. Fastball right down Main Street, and I think Strider was expecting Schwarber to just take the pitch. Instead, he tattoos it up against the wall. Braves nothing, Philly nothing. Top of the first. The first pitch on the way to Trey Turner, swung on, popped up, back foul out of play. It's 0-1. Tell you what it looks like already. Looks like they are going to be first pitch hunting Strider, being the aggressor, not letting him get out in front. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Curveball in the dirt, it's 0-2. Pitch got away from Murphy a little bit, but you don't really have to worry about Schwarber running over at second, one of the slower runners you'll come across. So with that being said, Strider can let that one fly. The 0-2 pitch, slider way outside wide. 1-2. Braves nothing. Phillies nothing. Top of the first inning. Here on Braves Country Radio. Please smash the like today. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it. He guns down Schwarber for out number 1. Kyle Schwarber got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and there's one away. Probably won't make a whole lot of difference because I'm sure Trey Turner will be running early in this count. But Schwarber really should not have headed towards third. The ball was hit in front of him. Of course, the golden rule there is if the ball's hit behind you, you head to the base. If it's hit in front of you, you probably need to stay where you're at. So 1 on, 1 out. Arcia with the 6-5 putout if you're scoring at home. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper, swung on and tapped off the plate foul. It's 0-1. Bryce Harper. One of the more dangerous hitters in this lineup, obviously, but not many have good numbers versus Spencer Strider. Harper, your little winner in his numbers, he's 3 for 16. He does have a home run. First pitch on the pitch on the way gets away, and that is going to be essentially a stolen base as Turner runs up from first to second, 1 away. So like I said, you realistically didn't lose anything there with Philadelphia because you knew Turner would probably eventually get down to second on his own right. Now you got to watch out for him heading towards second base with only 1 out And Philly able to get him in, not even needing a base hit. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball down below the knees outside. It's 2-1. So a 2-1 count from Strider. Once again, Bryce Harper, 3 for 16, 1 home run, 3 RBI, 6 strikeouts in his career versus Strider. The 2-1 pitch swung on, hit off the end of the bat over towards short. No way to make the play. Arcia still tried to make a leaping Derek Jeter type swirling play, throws it over to first, but runners on the corners, 1 out. And the good luck keeps rolling with Philadelphia early on. Kind of just off the end of the bat and didn't hit it very hard, but hit them where they ain't. Tell you what, I'm a little surprised how close Arcia made that play because Harper runs pretty well still. That play was a little closer than I expected. So Alec Boehm will come to the plate, 274 batter, 20 home runs. Alec Boehm in his career versus Striders, the first pitch is down and in, 97-mile-an-hour fastball misses. It's 1-0. Boehm 3 for 20 in his career. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. It's going to be a force play over to second, and it's going to be a 4-6-3 inning double play. Just what the doctor ordered. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Keep it locked in. Braves grabbing the wood.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside, come outside, come outside. It's closed. It says closed. Okay. Yeah, right, I can see that now, but, you can't really read it from the inside. You can't read it from the outside.
Right. It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had 1 season with 50 or more home runs, 1 season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 two-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously, they came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team, seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Let's get it, Braves. Let's go. Braves Country Radio. We are heading to the bottom of the first inning. We had a big double play, huge double play right there from Spencer Strider at the end of the inning. If you're just joining us, the Braves batting order, a little different tonight. Got a lot of us a little nervous, but I understand from the numbers perspective why they did it. It's just one of those things when I fill out this lineup card night after night after night, and I didn't do it this morning, I was like, I'm going to wait to actually see what they do. But a lot of games, I can almost predict it. Sometimes they'll throw a monkey wrench in there every once in a while, but usually you predict it. Tonight it is totally different as Ronald Acuna Jr. is stepping up to home plate, and he is in those beautiful white uniforms. He's getting ready to face Ranger Suarez. Ronald Acuna Jr. is 4 for 14 with 2 RBI and a strikeout. Welcome in, David. We see you there. Jared, Copper Cat. I think we already said hi to Copper Cat. Shred. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. swung on, and he is going to lose his balance, and that's going to give Stott a chance to gun him down to first. A 4-3 putout, and there's one away. Swings at the first pitch and lost his balance. Looks like his right foot slipped. A little slow getting out of the box. And that gave Stott plenty of time. I'll tell you what, he still almost beat it out, which is impressive because that was a damn near maybe half step, and that's with Acuna slipping out of the box. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Austin Riley, 6 for 16 with the home run and RBI, 2 strikeouts in his lifetime versus Ranger Suarez. The pitch on the way, swung on, roasted down the left field line. Foul. It's 0-2. He was our pick to click tonight. We went with Ronald Acuna Jr. for series MVP. Little cooler temperatures, and there was an article out there talking about that, basically saying as the pitch on the way to Riley's inside misses high, it's 1-2. And essentially what they were saying is that the cooler weather is going to help Max Fried's blister not ramp back up. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt gets away, taken all the way by the rake, and it's 2-2. Are you not nervous, Edward? The 2-2 lefty-righty matchup. Suarez flips and deals, swing, and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. For those of y'all listening on radio, Atlanta Braves are in their home whites once again as the 2-2 pitch swung on, tapped off the plate, foul. Do it again. And Brian Snicker is wearing the, for lack of a better term, it's like a throwover parka that he wears in the dugout when it's cooler temperatures. And all the broadcasters tend to give him a hard time about it. In fact, he told one of them to basically stick it in where the sun don't shine earlier this year. The 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. We talked about how Brian Onora typically calls a very wide inside strike zone. Suarez took advantage of it, and there's 2 away. He ranks 86th of 92, but with home plate umpires. And he is known for that specific call. We went over it in the pregame, and that paid dividends for Suarez. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson. The swing and a miss, top of the zone. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, he is 4 for 15 lifetime versus Suarez. The 0-1 pitch, up top, misses high, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn high in the sky. Coming in, making the catch is the center fielder, Rojas, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here.
Nope, I don't want to go to prison.
Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married. Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Braves and Phillies scoreless, heading to the top of the second. Once again, I know Riley was frustrated with that inside strike call, but the Braves batters better be aware of that. They better be ready, because Brian Onora, he's consistently inconsistent, meaning he calls a really wide strike zone, especially on the inside. Just about set for action here. Atlanta Braves and Philadelphia Phillies scoreless. We head to the second inning. Spencer Strider comes set, turns, kicks, and deals. Fastball top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. 98 miles an hour. The sun's kind of peeking in still through the stands, but it's essentially left the field. The 0-1 from Strider. Swing and a miss. 99. About letter high. It's 0-2. I don't know about y'all, but I couldn't focus on anything all day long, just getting ready for this game, just getting ready to watch the Atlanta Braves in their first postseason game. Is the 0-2 pitch, misses high, 1-2. Last year, it was over so quickly, you never got a chance to really appreciate it. The year before went so deep so quickly, it was like a blur. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. The Braves will play the winners of Diamondbacks Dodgers, and they play at 9:20 tonight. Be right after Braves Phillies. Also game one. The 1-2 pitch swung on, just spoiled that, foul back out of play. Slaps it up against the backstop. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Strider comes set, kicks and deals. Way outside wide, 2-2. You got a 2-2 count on stop. JT Realmuto stands on deck. Castellanos is in the hole. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Set him down, Joe. Stride his fingers is so. There's one away. Good high cheese up top. That's the pitch that Strider's got to be able to deliver tonight. The wheelhouse for the Phillies. And we saw it in the first at bat with Kyle Schwarber. They love it about belt high, as most power hitters do. If he can keep that fastball up top, get him swinging up around the eyeballs, we'll have a good night for Spencer. First pitch to JT Realmuto is a hanging slider right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup, the 0-1 pitch. Spencer Strider comes set, kicks, flips, swing and a miss, 98 up top. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves fans on their feet, trying to root them on to the strikeout. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, did it get him? It did. It hit him in the hand, and that'll be a free base for JT Realmuto. Not what you want when you consider he had an 0-2 count on him. Spencer visibly upset with himself. Pitch just drifted in. I guess it hit. It's hard to tell because he's wearing the Yeah, it did. It got the very top of his hand. So Real Muto head down to first. He appears to be okay. Strider at 21 pitches. It's one thing that we didn't really address in the first inning. Although he let a lot of ducks on the pond, it was a very economical inning, which is something Strider has struggled with all year long in the early going. So that'll bring Castellanos to the plate. Castellanos takes the first pitch, 97 miles an hour, down and away. It's 1-0. Yeah, it really does dumbfound me that Honora is behind home plate on a playoff game when he's ranked 86 of 92. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider pulled the string on that out wide. It's 1-1. You would think that would be the number one thing that they would be doing to decide who is behind home plate for these playoff games. The 1-1, Strider turns around, kicks it, flips it over there. Keeps JT close by. The 1-2 pitch. Runner on first. 1 out. Pitch on the way. JT goes. And it is down and away. It is. Got him! JT Real Muto is gunned down by the Murph. A very smurfy throw. And there's 2 away. Man, oh man alive. He picked a good pitch to go on, that's for sure. It was the off-speed pitch, and he was banking on there being that off-speed pitch that kind of went down. That's a perfect throw by Murphy, by the way. He hit him on the arm just before he tagged the base. The 2-1 pitch to Castellanos, swung on, popped up, can of corn high in the sky, deep into right field, but plenty of time for Acuna to grab the ball. So after the gun down at second base, the Braves get out of it, and we'll head to the bottom of the second, grabbing the bats here on Braves Country Radio.
You want to run tonight, son, or you want to act like a rabbit? You want to run or you want to duck down? If you want to duck, just go over there and get under the bench and stay there.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
3rd down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb to Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You take 2 of the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open. All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Find it interesting. I'm looking at the live odds on the PSF app, and it says that the Braves are now minus 250. So that tells you a lot because it was just over minus 200 when the game started. And granted, the Braves are about to come to bat, so that's got something to do with it. But I think it also has to do with the fact that Strider went through the first 2 innings unscathed, so the numbers are really starting to turn towards Atlanta. Looks like the over-under is now at 7.5. It was at 8. And the run line is minus 111, minus 105 for the Braves. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies from Ranger Suarez is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, bottom 2. 33 home runs for the Wiz. The 1-0 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Good to see you underwater. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and rifled it down the left field line, but plenty foul. That was a rope, but he couldn't keep it straight. It's 2-1. Ozzie Albies, Marcell Ozuna due up. The 2-1 pitch banged off the plate. It's 2-2. After that, it would be Money Mike, and if they kept it going, Arcia, Murphy, and Kevin Pillar. That's the lineup tonight. The 2-2 from Suarez. High and inside. Almost got him. It's 3-2. So a full count to Ozzie. Leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the second. You'd love to get him on any way, any which way or how. The 3-2. Pitch on the way, down and in, ball 4. So a leadoff walk for Ozzie Albies. He'll head on down to first, and your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here. Here in the bottom of the second inning. 1 on, nobody out. Marcell Ozuna is 40 home runs, 100 RBI, 905 OPS coming to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Just grabs the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Suarez comes set. Lets her fly. Swing and a miss at the curveball down below the knees. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Ozzie at second. At first, excuse me. The 0-2 pitch swung on, lifted high down the right field line. Foul and out of play. We'll do it again. You got an 0-2 count with Ozzie Albies standing on first base, nobody out. Comes set, the pitch high and inside, tried to bust him back a little bit. It's 1-2. That looked like possibly just a brushback pitch to keep him honest because he was way out in front on that curveball diving over the plate. The 1-2 from Suarez. Lets her fly. Caught looking, strike 3. No! Whoa! For once, O'Hara did not give him the wide strike. The way he first stood up, thought he was going to ring him up. Instead, we get the ball call. We'll take it. Suarez wanted that one. Looked like it might have touched the edge. He'll flip it over to first to keep Ozzie close by. Remember, we talked about him having a wide zone, especially low. He will squeeze the top corners like he did just there, and he's more likely to give the inside, not the outside part of the plate. But down, he normally gives it both ways. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, fisted foul back out of play. We'll do it again. So a 2-2 count from Suarez. Ozzie at first. Nobody out. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. In the hole is Arcia. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn. High, just past the second base infield, just past the dirt. Caught by Stott, and there's one away. So Zuna really fought those pitches off, but couldn't get Ozzie over to second. That'll bring Harris to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. Harris is 1 for 13 lifetime with 2 strikeouts against Suarez. First pitch on the way is right down the pipe, 94 miles an hour, just over the belt. It's 0-1. Suarez at just 25 pitches. The southpaw looks back Ozzie. The pitch on the way. Swing and taps that foul off the plate. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. He's going to flip it over to first. Got a runner at first, 1 out. Suarez comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on, taps that foul off the plate. We'll do it again. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and safe. Ozzie Albies steals second base. They gunned it down there to second. JT Real Muto, pretty good throw. They're going to challenge this. We'll see what's going on. From a blind eye, it looked like he might have got him. Rob Thompson, Phillies manager, feels like it's worth a look. Looking at the replay, trying to get a better look at it. They're showing us the look from inside the replay review as opposed to showing us the actual play. Here we go. It looks like, well, you can't see anything there because you got to have enough to overturn it. Here we go. Oh, man, that's bang, bang. That is bang, bang. I think he just got in there. I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn that. That is close. So we'll see what happens here. And, of course, if they lose this, it means that they will lose their challenge. Philly wins this, the inning would be over. And they're going to call him out. I don't know about that. That seemed like a really, really shifty, shady call, but we'll be back in a flash as they're going to call. They're going to overturn the call. Philly will keep their challenge. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Let me sum it up. Twitter's stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears. Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin. You are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live." Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves tied at 0 apiece. We're heading to the third inning. The thing about that overturn is the first pitch on the way from Strider is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. He may have very well have beaten him, but it was not a very good look. The 1-0 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Strider kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. But it worked out for Philadelphia nonetheless. You got a scoreless game here in Atlanta. Braves have yet to get a base hit. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball right there at the knees. Called for a ball. It's 2-1. Bad call by Onora. It definitely grabbed the zone. The 2-1 pitch. Just kisses the black on the outer edge. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Marsh, and you've got Rojas on deck. After that, the lineup flips over. Schwarber's already got a double to his name. The 2-2. Swing and fouls it straight back. We'll do it again. Atlanta did get the one base runner on, but he got gunned down by JT Realmuto. They do not have a base hit yet. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him to go in and over on the slider that was down around the ankles inside, and there's one away. Spencer Strider, so far, so good. He's given up a couple of base hits, but other than that, you really can't complain because, first of all, the first pitch on the way to Sosa is a swung on, grounded over to third, chopper, 5-3 put out, and there's quickly 2 away. What I was going to say is that Spencer Strider, he's only got the 2 strikeouts. He's gone 2 2/3 innings. He's only at 32 pitches. That's normally one of the biggest problems with Strider early in games. Normally he's got a bloated pitch count. Yeah, you look at both catchers already stepping up, making big plays already. JT Realmuto, and then, of course, Murphy just before that. First pitch on the way to Schwarber, who's 1-for-1 with the double. Outside for a ball, it's 1-0. Led off the game with the double. The first pitch down the pipe, he's roasted it up against the wall. That was gunned down at third, getting greedy going second to third. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, it's 2-1. You got a 2-1 count from Strider. Righty-lefty matchup. Standing on deck is Trey Turner. You want to get Schwarber here. The 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first. It's a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves will grab the bats here in Hotlanta.
You must have someone in your family that's a lawyer.
Why? Because I'm Jewish? It's like me saying, hey, you're Indian. Doesn't your cousin work in a call center?
My cousin does work in a call center.
My cousin's a lawyer.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Hey, man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him.
Yeah, well, you get back in there and finish, man. But see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to.
Good thing I'm not a member of this house.
Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you part of one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
Good night.
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus, save up with the Fuel Rewards program, and snack up to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell.
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. Came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Atlanta Braves. Philadelphia Phillies, we are scoreless. And Orlando Arcia will be leading us off. Braves have only had the one base runner. Suarez, once again, we talked about this earlier, but Suarez pitches the Braves very well. You can't be fooled by that 4 ERA because he gets a second level against the Braves. Cool night here in Atlanta as the cool temperatures should be beneficial to Max Fried staying out of trouble with the blister. According to Max, they asked him about it last night. First pitch on the way to Arcia, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball down below the knees. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Suarez lets her fly in the dirt. 1-2. Good take by Orlando. The 1-2 pitch. Suarez, 32nd pitch of the night. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with the nasty bender down below the knees inside, and there's one away. So 1 down. With Arcia being retired, that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Sean Murphy has never seen Ranger Suarez in his career. So this ought to be interesting. First pitch on the way to Murphy is off the plate wide, called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch inside, 1-1. He had a 1-1 count. Suarez turns, kicks, and deals. Swing and fists it over to short. Should be easy playable for Turner. 6-3 put out. And there's 2 away. Turner, just like Acuna at the beginning of the game, lost footing through his swing. I don't think it would have made much of a difference considering how slow Murphy runs, but you're starting to wonder what's going on there at home plate in the right-hand batter's box. They need to get that fixed before someone gets injured. So that'll bring Kevin Pillar to the plate. Kevin Pillar, who's 2 for 6 lifetime with a home run against Suarez, takes the first pitch high out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, banged down the third base line, just foul. 1-1. The 1-1 from Suarez. Curveball just misses outside. Ball 2-1. Good take by Pillar. Trying to get him to chase off the edge. So a 2-1 pitch. Suarez kicks, turns, and deals. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Got a 2-1 count. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of 3. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. Suarez is dealing. Braves bats are quiet. We'll be back in a flash here in Atlanta.
Imaginary hat. What is this? What are we doing? So dumb.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
But anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
What was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. Braves, Phillies knotted up at nothing apiece. We're heading to the top of the 4th inning. Yeah, David says he'd love to see a Braves Twins World Series. I would too, because the Twins aren't very good. I'd love to see a Braves Diamondbacks round NLCS. It's not revenge for anything. It's just because they're not any good. I got a feeling, though, it's going to be Dodgers waiting on the other side. This series here, I got the Braves going getting in 4 games, but it's not going to be easy. This could very well go 5. And the Dodgers could easily smoke the Diamondbacks. Spencer Strider will go back to work. The first pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Think I found we'll see what happens here, but I think I found a box score that lines up a little better. Try it in a second. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves nothing. Phillies nothing. The 1-1 kicks, rocks, and deals. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm all due up. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and grounds it over to short. RC has got it. Flips it over to first. It's a 6-3 putout for out number 1. This one should be lined up a little better. I know that other one was, I do apologize. We hadn't had that issue all season long. But with it being on TBS is just notoriously slow. So I think this box score may work a little better. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper. It's down and away for a ball. They call that a strike. Okay, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Strider kicks and deals. Way high. It's 1-1. This is the one we used back in the first season, and it lined up pretty well. When we went to regular season, we had to find one faster because it didn't line up with what the Bally Sports does. The 1-1 pitch. Down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Strider, Harper, the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 97 outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 to Harper. Braves and Phillies scoreless. Braves fans are on their feet rooting on Strider. The pitch on the way. Slider misses. It's 3-2. The 3-2 count. Boehm stands on deck. The pitch on the way. High and outside, ball 4. So Harper will take first base. 1 away. Alec Boehm will come to the plate. Alec Boehm. First pitch, inside for a strike. It's 0-1. He's calling that inside strike like we'd talked about in the pregame, almost to the letter of what he typically calls. He's giving the inside wide, a little bit outside wide, but typically not. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And as far as up top on the corners, he is squeezing the pitcher. Alec Boehm, 0 for 1. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He chased the slider well off the edge, and there's 2 away. I don't know if it was a great pitch by Strider, but it was a great result. We'll take it. Y'all let me know in the comments here on the YouTube feed if this view's a little better. I think I can get up higher a little bit too. So runner on first, 2 outs. And that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Bryson Stott. Dangerous batter. Remember, he hit the grand slam against Miami. First pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Okay, that's what I thought, but realistically, it's up to y'all. So I didn't want to put it up there, and y'all are like, wait a minute, man, that one sucks. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, 97, right down the pipe. Stott knew it. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves fans are on their feet. A little bit of a chop, kind of a, we'll call it a half-ass chop. The 0-2. Strider looks back, kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it back out of play. On the pitch, Bryce Harper was on the move. So you got an 0-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Standing on deck, by the way, is Real Muto. He got hit by a pitch last time up after going down 0-2. Strider flips it over to first and sails it into the crowd. Are they going to give him third? He's checking with the home base, with the first base umpire to see. I mean, where the heck did he throw that? That was like 2 feet above Olsen's head. So Strider making his own problems. I guess they're just going to give him the one base. Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire, is coming out here to, I don't know, probably screw things up as he's been doing all game. Rob Thompson came. All 6 umpires are going to huddle now to talk about what happened. While they do that, we'll hit the scoreboard. As opposed to 3, we got 6 blind mice having a powwow. Houston leads Minnesota 5-4. Minnesota scored 4 runs in the 7th. How about that? Texas beat Baltimore earlier 3-2. We do have the World of College Football going on. We'll update you on that as we go along. So they're going to, I believe Mark Carlson is the crew chief. He makes the final decision. And he says Harper's at second. Probably doesn't matter because a base hit will score Harper with his speed. So runner on second, 2 outs. Strider comes set, the pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball sliced down into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Bryce Harper will score. And the Phillies lead it 1-0. Just kind of poked a fastball on the outer edge, just kind of poked it out there to stay alive. Very much like if you were with us for his last start when he went up against the Washington Nationals, not the weekend start in Atlanta, but the one before that, where they were just getting hit after hit on Strider, basically letting him supply the power, and they're just poking the bat out there and dropping it into the outfield. So a 1-0 score. The pitch on the way to Real Muto, swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Philly 1, Atlanta 0, top of the 4th, game 1. The 0-1 pitch. Runner is going, and he's got second base stolen. So we got another runner in scoring position now. They are running on Murphy with ease. He threw out the one runner, but all year long, I always go back to this. We were told that Murphy had this incredible ability to throw out runners. We really haven't seen it this year. Now, granted, that pitch was probably more on Strider, but it's just over and over. You don't see, he's not a bad catcher, but he doesn't have this elite arm that we'd all heard about. The 1-1 right there for a strike. It's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count on Real Muto. The 1-2. Down and away. 2-2. Stott on second. In a 1-0 game, Braves need to keep the score right where it's at. Braves still looking for their first base hit. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. Blew it right by him, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Phillies grab the early lead. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This time I'm gonna kick that football clear to the moon!
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
I'm unemployed and I live with my parents.
I'm Victoria. Hi.
So Pete Rose, the leadoff batter for the Philadelphia Phillies, introduced to the crowd here today. And Pete Rose, a man who has been a bat more times than any player in the history of the major leagues. But if he keeps breathing, he will break Ty Cobb's record. And, of course, the big question this year is whether or not he'll be able to play every ball game. He wants to. The manager says he wants to rest him. He's missed only 80 games in his 20-year career. And Seaver's first pitch, ball one. Seaver with 264 wins, 156 losses. One of the few pitchers who has won over 100 games more than he has lost.
Armchair.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880, died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail this 1-1-0. You hate falling down 1-0. We know the stats are always go towards the team that scores first in playoff games, but honestly, I don't think you can ask for a better start for Spencer Strider. And the Atlanta Braves offense has got to get going. We're going to have the top of the order coming back around. Second time seeing Suarez. And you'd like to see some kind of an offensive punch here in the early going. Ranger Suarez. You'd think he was one of the leading Cy Young candidates in the National League, the way he's pitching. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to short. Easy play. 6-3 put out. And there's one away. So Ronald Acuna Jr. seeing just a couple of pitches, a few pitches here in the playoffs. Typically, when he swings early in the count, he normally eats a few pitches, but he's might be nerves. Who knows what's going on there? Suarez asked for a new ball. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Remember, coming into tonight, he was 6 for 16 lifetime. First pitch on the way to Riley's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Houston now leads that game 6-4 in the seventh. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball is belted into left field. It's going to die just before the warning track for a loud out number 2. Riley put a pretty good charge into that, but just got underneath it. So 2 down, and that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. First pitch on the way to Olsen, lefty-lefty matchup. Swung on and fouled down towards the third base dugout. It's 0-1. Philly 1, Braves nothing. Bottom of 4. The 0-1 pitch to Olsen. Inside almost gets him. 1-1. So he's gone 2 fastballs on the inner cut to start it off with Olsen. 92 and 93 miles an hour, respectively. The 1-1 to Matty. Kicks and deals. Called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-2. The 1-2 count. Turns and lets her go. Just misses outside. 2-2. So right there where he's calling that outside, if Olsen's standing on the other side of the plate, he's calling that a strike. Really strange by Honora. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is going to get dribbled into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves, better late than never, have their first base hit of the night. Of course, that last swing by Riley, when it left the bat, I thought it was at least going to get up against the wall, dive quickly. This one is just kind of a slice job, hit them where they ain't. As the Phillies were playing them to had the infield on the shift as the first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies takes a terrible swing at the curveball. You could say it's in the dirt. It was really below the dirt. It's 0-1. Jeff Hoffman is warming up in the Phillies bullpen already. It's interesting. Philadelphia getting very aggressive, trying to make sure that they get this game 1 stolen. The 0-1 pitch. In the dirt. Good take by Ozzie that time. It's 1-1. Considering how well, I'm sure some of this has to do with the numbers of what Suarez does second and third time through the lineup, but man, he's given up 1 hit in 3 2/3 innings. If they want to pull him, I'll take it all day long. You never know if Hoffman's going to come out of that pen that can't find the zone. The 1-1 swing and bangs it back foul. It's 1-2. So Ozzie down to his last strike here, trying to find a way to get some kind of a rally going. Him and home plate umpire Onora having a little bit of a laugh. You got a 1-2 to Ozzie. Lefty-righty matchup. Suarez comes set. The pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded over towards short, and it is going to be, they're going to say he's out. He looks safe. He looks safe by a lot, and Olsen's asking for a challenge. We'll see what happens here. Maybe I'm missing something. They do want a challenge, so we'll see what happens here. You can't guarantee, by the way, Florida beat Vanderbilt 38-14. That is a final. We're going to go ahead and hit the college football scoreboard while we're waiting on this call to hopefully be overturned. Looking at the replay, it was slow developing. Yeah, he's absolutely safe. So unless they're going to call that he overslid the bag and they tagged him at that point, he's absolutely safe. Real quick on this scoreboard, we'll go ahead and hit it real quick. And like I said, Florida wins 38-14 going away. Hit the top 25 later on. We'll do the different conferences. Georgia leads Kentucky 7-0 early on. And they're going to say he is safe. So we got runners on first and second. 1 out. Rob Thompson wants to come out and complain that he didn't get the call, I guess. Anyways, while he does that, hit the scoreboard. Most of your top 25 action is yet to take place, but Oklahoma outlasted Texas 34-30. Ohio State 37-17 over Maryland. LSU wins by 10 at Missouri. UCLA 25-17 over Washington State, giving the Cougars their first loss. Florida State 39-17 over Virginia Tech. Bama outlasts A&M 26-20. North Carolina pounds Syracuse 40-7. So Thompson's out there complaining, and he did not win. What I don't know what he was trying to complain, but anyways, they're going to go ahead and pull him. So we're going to get a pitching change when we come back. Suarez is gone. Well, I'll take that, man. That guy's pitched phenomenal. Always pitches hard against us. We come back. The right-hander Hoffman will come in, and he'll be facing Big Zoo, baby, the big bear. Let's get it.
Okay, you guys, look, I know this is none of my business, but I have to ask. What's Sheldon's deal?
What do you mean, deal?
You know, like, what's his deal? Is it girls, guys, sock puppets?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
How to improve your dining room by the Home Depot. New wood floors, new paint on the walls. Sure, you know us for that. But how about a new dining room table, matching chairs, bar stools? How about free and flexible delivery with easy online returns? Now you can explore decor in a whole new way. Save now on furniture. Everything for your home. Everything from HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done. U.S. only, valid through September 7th. Limitations apply.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back. One of the reasons why they may be sending Hoffman in to face Ozuna, pulled up his numbers at the break. Hoffman is perfect against Ozuna. Ozuna's 0 for 5. He does have an RBI in 5 plate appearances, but he would have to get a base hit to get an RBI here. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Ozuna righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at the slider down and away. It's 0-1. Ozuna, 40 home runs, 100 RBI on the season. The 0-1 pitch. In the dirt, good take by Marcel. It's 1-1. So he went slider. That slider bounced up in just before home plate. Pretty easy take for Marcel on that one. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, outside wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Standing on deck is Michael Harris II. Hoffman being brought in the 4th inning. Very aggressive move by Thompson. The 2-1 pitch. Oh, hanger. Man, oh, man alive. Did they give him a strike? They did not. 3-1. That looked like a strike. Obviously, we'll take it, but there, yeah, that hit the top of the zone. Talked about him pinching the top of the zones. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at the slider, way out of the zone. Ozuna came out of his shoes on that one. And it's a full count, so that's the bad news. The good news is, even though he swung at ball 4, all the runners will be on the move. You got a full count. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. The righty-righty matchup. Runners go. High and inside, ball 4. So Marcell Ozuna will gladly take first base. This is exactly where nicknames are earned and not just given. Money Mike wants to be Money Mike. It's time to be Money right now. Bases loaded, 2 outs. They're going to have a powwow. There at the mound. They're all going to go out there and talk to him. First, I thought it was just going to be JT Realmuto and the pitching coach, Caleb Cotham, but they all went out there to talk to him. So bases loaded, 2 outs. Braves trail 1-0. In a very aggressive move, Rob Thompson pulled the starting pitcher who was cruising, had only given up 1 base hit. Here in the 4th inning. So righty-lefty matchup now. Michael Harris, the second, stands in. The first pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Bases juiced. Hoffman comes set, lets her fly. Swing and bangs it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. It's 1-1. If Mike can keep it going, Arcia stands on deck. Murphy is in the hole. But there are 2 outs. Suarez out of the game. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Off the plate, wide, ball 2. So a 2-1 count. Bases are juiced here in Hotlanta. Braves fans are on their feet. You know, I would like to see a little more chopping, a little more loud from the Braves fans. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. The 2-2 count. Hoffman come in to ask to put out the fire. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Mike is not money. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
He only has 3 rings.
ACC football covered like no other here.
The blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Despite growing professionalism, the pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo
made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail at 1-0. You're just joining us. Atlanta had a golden opportunity to score, and Harris chased a couple of pitches out of the zone. The bases loaded, 2 outs, but they did knock the starter out, and we're only in the 4th inning. So that's the bright side of it. You'll now force the hand of Thompson trying to go all the way through the bullpen to get through this game. And all it takes is one guy to come on out there and unravel, and you can take advantage of it. So all in all, a productive inning by Atlanta. They send 6 players to the plate that they didn't get the run in. They trail just 1-0. Spencer Strider will go back to work. First pitch on the way to Strider, swung on, grounded back towards the mound. Strider has to run out there, jumps on it, nails Castellanos at first, and it's a 1-3, gun him down. 1 away. Good defensive play by Strider. Kind of in no man's land because Riley playing the runner or playing the batter well behind third base for good reason. Just kind of swung over the top of it, and Strider athletic enough to hop off the mound and flip it over to first. So 1 down, nobody out, or 1 down, nobody on, excuse me. Bring Brandon Marsh to the plate, or as we like to call him, Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman, 0 for 1. The first pitch, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Strider, once again, he's just sitting at 59 pitches, so you got to figure this keeps up and he's not putting runs on the board, you can have him go pretty deep in this game. The 1-0 pitch. Right there, top of the zone for a strike. It's 1-1. Sir Anthony Dominguez is warming up in the bullpen for the Phillies. They'll ask him to come in and spell the 5th with Arcia leading off the first pitch, the 2-1 pitch. So it's a 2-1 count. As the 1-1 misses outside wide, the 2-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 3. So Strider struggling a little bit to find the zone. 1 down, top of the 5th. Marsh, Rojas, and Schwarber due up if they could keep it going. The 3-1. Fastball misses just below the knees, ball 4. Marshall head down to first, 1 out. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Rojas, the number 9 hitter, 97 miles an hour. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Just off the plate wide, 1-1. So you got 1 on, 1 out. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Let's see. Someone saying Phillies got hot at the right time, decimated the Marlins. I don't know if beating the Marlins is necessarily getting hot. That's just called rolling out of bed. The 1-2. Runner on first, one out. It looked like Rob Thompson had to go over and talk to Suarez during the break. I think he was visibly upset that he was pulled. Be interesting to see what happens from that. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Did he go around? They're going to check down the first base side. They said he did not. 2-2. That kind of looked like he might have went, but the 2-2 pitch doesn't matter. Swing and a miss. Set him down, Joe. Stride his fingers. So there's 2 away. So 2 down. With a runner on first, that will bring Schwarber to the plate. Schwarber takes a hack at the first pitch, blasts it foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. Philly 1, Braves nothing, top of 5. The 0-1. Strider comes set. The pitch on the way. Just off the plate wide. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Spencer Strider at 71 pitches, about where you want to be in the 5th inning. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. 97 on the outer edge. Slaps it up against the screen. It's 1-2. Justin asking, how are we feeling so far? I mean, I think this is about where you expect the game to be. Low scoring. The fact that we've already knocked out the starting pitcher is a definite plus. A 1-2 count to Schwarber. Runner at first, 2 outs. Strider looks in, kicks and fires. The runner is going to take off. He will have second base stolen with these. Murphy just held on to the ball as the pitch was down and in. Wasn't much of a chance to make that throw, and all you're going to do is cause problems throwing it up there to second base. So a stolen base for Brandon Marsh. Picked a good pitch to go on. I think they're looking at it. If he's ahead in the count, they're going because it's probably a slider. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So they put one in scoring position but fail to punch it through. When we come back, your Atlanta Braves are into the Phillies bullpen here on Braves Country.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played 2, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
Welcome back. Hope y'all are enjoying your Saturday night here on Braves Country Radio as the Atlanta Braves trail by just 1. And look, you gotta absolutely, Grady says, let's get the party started. Let's get the party started, huh? I think all in all, I wouldn't overreact trailing early in this game. We still have a long way to go in this one. We're already into the bullpen. Strider's pitching pretty darn well. And it's unrealistic to expect to shut out the Philly offense. And I think if you ask most Phillies, they know it's pretty unreasonable to think that they're going to shut out the Braves going forward. So I called the score earlier that I thought 4 runs might win this game. I expected a low-scoring game. It is October. See how this plays out, but it looks like Dominguez will start the inning off. The first pitch on the way is off the plate wide to Orlando Arcia. It's 1-0. Orlando's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. The 0-1 pitch, the 1-0 pitch swung on, rifled into right field. That is down for a base hit. Your Atlanta Braves have a leadoff single. Let's get it, hot Atlanta. Good piece of hitting by Arce. He stands at first and gives a lift to the dugout. Waiting for that fastball on the outside edge and just hammered it past Harper. Harper really had no shot. That ball was a bullet right past his, you could say outstretched glove, but he barely had time to react. So Sean Murphy comes to the plate. Man, could he use a hit. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is inside for a ball. It's 0-1. Or 1-0, excuse me. He is 0 for 1 on the night. He hit a home run in the practice game the other night, but really struggled down the stretch. The entire catcher position struggled for the Braves in the last half. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Murphy. Kevin Pillar stands on deck, but I would think we get Eddie Rosario here. See what happens. The 1-0. Pitch on the way to Murph. Fastball right down the pipe, 99 miles an hour. It's 1-1. Eddie Rosario is standing on deck. They just flashed the camera over to him. But Dominguez having to face 3 batters. You knew that was a pretty good chance that was going to happen. The 1-1 inside almost gets him. Murphy bends out of the way, and I want to say, dude, what are you doing, man? Lean into that. Let's go. He somehow missed. I mean, my God, just missed him. 1 or 2 less sit-ups this week, and he'd be standing at first. So a 3-1 count to Murphy. Man alive. I'm sorry, but you got to let that hit you. Not drill you, just kind of kiss you. The 3-1 pitch off the plate wide, called for a wide strike. Now here we go with old Brian O'Nora again. It's a full count. So a full count. Those listening on radio that didn't see, that pitch was low and away. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's why Murphy should have let the ball hit him. Take one for the team. He's been stinking at the plate, and there's one away. I know it's easier said than done because when you have a ball coming in at you, it's just human reaction to get out of the way of it. But man, oh man, really should have laid into that one. So that'll bring Rosario to the plate. Yeah, they really didn't save Suarez because he threw enough pitches where he's not going to be available for game 2. and it's doubtful he would pitch game 3. First pitch on the way to Rosario is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. He would be using game 4, but that's on normal rest anyway, so you didn't really save him. It was just a hair triggered by the manager. He's getting aggressive with the 1-0 lead in the 4th. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good Lord almighty. 99 miles an hour, nowhere near the zone. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Dominguez comes set, lets her go. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. That's going to get down. It's going to get into right field for a base hit. Castellanos gets the ball, fires it into the infield, but not before your Atlanta Braves have runners on first and third. 1 out. What's that guy's name? Oh, yeah. Ronald Acuna Jr.'s coming to the plate, baby boys. Let's get it. Dominguez, I guarantee you he was trying to throw that ball higher in the zone. He got it down, and that's right in Rosario's wheelhouse. So runners on first and third, 1 out, nothing else. You just want to tie this baby. They're out there to talk to Dominguez again. And it looked, the pitching coach is out there again. There is something called overmanaging, right? They've got Strom working up in the bullpen, but I can't imagine they would want him to come in until 2 batters from now when Matt Olson would be due up. But there is just 1 out, so they may be playing this forward, just getting him up, because it looked like he was just starting to stretch out. So for all intents and purposes, I would think this is Dominguez's inning to get past Acuna and Riley. So you got runners on the corners, 1 out. Arcia at third. He doesn't have a lot of speed, so it's going to have to be a decent fly ball to score him. Rosario at first. The pitch on the way. Swung on, banged, chopped towards the third base dugout. It's 0-1. Braves nothing. Phillies 1. Runners on the corners. 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning. Game 1 of the National League Division Series. The 0-1 pitch. Kicks and deals. Down and away. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Acuna digging in, pitch on the way, swung on and fouls it into his instep. It's 1-2. So you got a 1-2 count. Runners on the corners and 1 out. You want to stay out of the double play. You'd like to get 1 out to the outfield to tie the game up here. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Acuna, don't know what he was doing. He had the best seat in the house for strike number 3, and there's 2 away. Bat at bat by Acuna so far has not shown up here in this NLDS. He was trying to sell it. That pitch might have been a hair inside, but not, I mean, he's had an inside strike zone all night long. You've got to swing at that. So now runners on the corners, and Austin Riley will step in. He's got to get a base hit or something wild, a balk or an error. Wild pitch to tie the game. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, it's 1-0. Olson stands on deck, and with Strom warming up in the bullpen, you got to figure this would be Dominguez's last batter come hell or high water. The 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 99 up top. It's 1-1. Braves nothing. Phillies 1. We're still just in the bottom of the 5th inning. Almost halfway through. A little over halfway through, technically. The 1-1. Dominguez comes set, lets her fly. Off the plate, wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. A base hit would score and tie the game. One in the gap would give the Braves the lead. One over the wall would be nice for us all. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 98 miles an hour. It's 2-2. He is throwing bullets right now. Riley's got to shorten up that swing and just do whatever he can to get a base hit. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Obviously, the more pitches he sees in the at-bat, the better it is for Riley. But with the 2-2 count, deuces wild. Runners on the corners. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2. Down and away, ball 3. So a full count, which means Eddie Rosario will be moving, and anything that gets down for a single would probably score him as well. Matt Olson stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Dominguez raises the glove, lets her fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good pitch by Dominguez, just blew it right by him, and that'll end the inning. But the Braves do threaten. They just fail to push one across. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
And we won the World Series.
6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4. On the bat of Freddie Freeman, the crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. Atlanta Braves. We've had a couple of times that they just haven't been able to cash in yet, but you can see them knocking on the door. Of course, these 5-game series, they can jump on you quick, but I think all in all, they've had pretty good at bats. You'd be a little more concerned if they were swinging early, and sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the guy on the mound. But the more guys we see, better our chances are. Astros did win that game 6-4, so they lead their series 1-0 over the Twins. I don't think folks are terribly shocked by that. First pitch on the way from Spencer Strider is a swing and a miss strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch Kicks and deals. Grounded back to the mound. Comebacker. Strider jumps off the mound. Flips it over to first. And there's one away. So one down. Bryce Harper comes to the plate. Braves trail 1-0. Top of the 6th inning. First pitch on the way to Harper. Swung on. That ball is blasted. And gone. A hanger. And he did not miss. It was a hanging slider. And Strider coughs up the bomb. And it's 2-0. Spencer Strider started him off, tried to pitch him backwards, threw that slider. That thing was just a hanger. You wonder why he went to that. He's got such a good fastball, and Harper has a hard time catching up with it. You just speed the bat up, and you help him out. So 2-0 your score now. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss by Bohm. Pitch in the dirt. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Bohm. Still hasn't touched home plate. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Harper regroups, still at just 79 pitches. All in all, has pitched a really good game. Strider comes set. The 0-2. Fastball caught, looking, strike 3. That's the pitch he's got to lean on. You got an elite fastball like that, and these Phillies hitters cannot catch up with it. You got to be leaning on that. That slider, man, that's 2 strikes and you're in front of them kind of pitch, not a get him over slider. So 2 down, top of the 6th inning. Still a long way to go, and the Braves, we know they love to score runs late. The pitch on the way. Just off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Philly 2, Atlanta 0. Top of the 6th inning. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded. Just dribbles it through the infield. And it's a runner on first. Two outs, top of the 6th inning. Good piece of hitting by Stott. Just kind of dribbled it through the infield, kind of a hit them where they ain't. Righty-righty matchup. JT Real Muto comes to the plate. He swings at the first pitch. It's going to be a dribbler over to short. It's going to be a 6-4 putout, and that'll end the inning. So Harper puts one on the board, but the Braves will grab the bats heading to the bottom of the 6th.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? He is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip-boo, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. And Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over 250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. George is all over Kentucky, which is expected. They just went up 3 touchdowns, so that game's pretty much in the bag. The baseball side of it, Houston won and Texas won. Dodgers play a little later on tonight after this game. So we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll squeeze these in as we go along. On this date in 1904, Jack Chesbro gets his 41st win of the season when the Highlanders beat the Highlanders, later known as the Yankees, beat Boston 3-2 in New York. Happy Jack's win total is considered the modern era major league mark for most victories in a season. Lefty-lefty matchup. Alvarado comes out of the pen. He throws the first pitch to Matt Olson. Matt Olson bangs it foul off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-lefty. Alvarado taking his time, getting set. I think home plate umpire was buying some time, possibly thinking that Olson may have needed after that pitch went off his instep. The 0-1 to Olson. Pitch on the way, swung on and fisted over to third. Should be easily playable. Bone flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout. There's 1-0. Oh, 1 away. One down. And Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Ozzie, 0 for 1 and a walk. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way to Ozzie is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Alvarado lets her fly in the dirt. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Alvarado comes set the pitch, swing, and pops it back foul out of play. It's 1-2. Standing on deck behind Ozzie Albies is Marcell Ozuna. They can keep it going. Michael Harris. So they brought in Alvarado to essentially face Harris and Olson in this inning, or the beginning of the next. The 1-2 pitch swung on, lifted to left field. That ball is going to get into left field and get down where the green grass grows. Ozzie Albies with the 1-out single, and your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the 6th. Good effort by Marsh. He laid out to make that catch. Not much of a chance, but it was a softly hit ball, so he gave him a shot. He knew the ball wouldn't get much behind him. Center fielder Rojas backed him up. Little hit them where they ain't. That's Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna takes a hack at the first pitch, 98 miles an hour, blew it right by him. It's 0-1. Ozuna representing the tying run. The 0-1. Bottom of the sixth, one out, the pitch on the way. Swing and rifles it foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Ozuna. Ozzy on first, one out, the pitch on the way in the dirt. Good take by Marcell. It's 1-2. That pitch skipped in, almost got a piece of Marcell. He got out of the way. 1-2 count to Ozuna. Braves have had runners all over the pond. Yet to crack the scoreboard. The 1-2 pitch. Comes set, lets her go. Swing, and that ball is an atom ball to Turner. Turner makes the catch. Ozzy gets back to first before he's doubled up, and there's two away. Turner jumped for the ball. Didn't really need to jump. He just, I think out of just reaction, kind of leaped for it. I think he thought that ball was going to get past him. So runner on first. Michael Harris II now representing the tying run. The first pitch on the way. 99 miles an hour right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Arcia. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, chopper back to the mound. Should be an easy play. It is. And it's a 1-3 put out to end the inning. Braves put one on, but failed to score. We'll be back. Top of the seventh. Braves trail by 2.
Being number 2, being number 4.
That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley had the big home run earlier. And Austin Riley, lifetime, is 0 for 2 against Treinen. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Jock Peterson, by the way, is 2 for 4 lifetime versus Treinen. Here's the swung on, and it is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzy Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scooping down the line. How about that?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
In 1882, William Hulbert died, and control of the National League and his old team, the Chicago White Stockings, passed to his second in command, A.G. Spaulding.
The magnet must be a strong man among strong men. Everything is possible to him who dares. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
The railroads had Commodore Vanderbilt. Big Steel had Andrew Carnegie. Big Oil, John D. Rockefeller. Baseball had Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves trailing 2-0. Still a ways to go in this one, but got to get those bats working. And I don't care what anybody says. There's no excuse this year. No excuse. They don't win this. I don't want to hear, oh, we ran out of gas. Oh, we didn't expect all these injuries. No. You had plenty of time to fix it at the deadline. For those that may have missed it, Kyle Wright is not just gone for this season. He's gone for next season. He's going to have shoulder surgery, shut down. They announced it this morning, and he is gone for the 2024 season. And who knows if we'll ever see Kyle Wright be Kyle Wright like he was in 2021. Usually those pitchers, they have a hard time when they come back from shoulder surgery. It's usually hard for them to get back to where they were. Spencer Strider is going to go back out there to work the seventh. He's at 83 pitches, probably his last inning. We'll see if they can get him through this one. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is a slider off the edge, down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and away again. Nibbling with that slider, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Warming up in the bullpen is A.J. Minter. Strider kicks and deals, swing and hit ball hard on the ground. Scooped by Riley, turns, flips, and it's a 5-3 putout as he fires it across the diamond. There's one away. Good nifty play by Riley. Looking at the lineup, you've got Marsh and then Rojas, and then the top of the order. I would think his last batter he will face, no matter what's going on, would be the number 9 hitter, Rojas. First pitch off the edge, 97 miles an hour outside wide to Captain Caveman. It's 1-0. Marsh, 0 for 1 with a walk and a stolen base. The 1-0 pitch, righty-lefty matchup, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. When you've got Schwarber, Turner, and Harper due up at the top of the order, you got to figure that's going to be A.J. Minter's time. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Got him with the slider out in front. You'd love to see Strider get through this, not have to bring AJ in until the 8th. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 99 up top. 99 miles an hour this late in the game. You got to love that, and they're still away. Spencer Strider, now with 8 strikeouts, and really has pitched a good game. If the Braves' bats had not been absolutely just non-existent, as the first pitch on the way, swung on, grounded foul in between home and third. Riley lets it roll. It's 0-1. Braves had a few times to push some runs across. We'd be patting Strider on the back about how well he has pitched. Orion Kirkering, the rookie, is warming up in the bullpen. This is interesting. See how the rookie does against this Braves lineup in the bottom of the 7th. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Foul back out of play. We'll do it again. You can set it up that way. It's a little further off the screen, but that's about the only way to do it, if that helps. The 0-2 pitch. Strider comes set. 94th pitch of the night. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. 7th inning stretch here time here in Braves country. Braves got to get some runs.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
You sound better tonight!
Hey, Braves fans. Mac McGee here with Braves Country Radio. You can find us on youtube.com/@Braves Country. We're bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all postseason long. Hear us right here on the radio or find us on YouTube today. You can jump in the chat with all the Braves fans during the game and listen along as the Braves march through Choptober. That's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. Braves got to get some runs. It won't be the end of the world if you lose game one, but you don't really want to lose game one, especially with Zach Wheeler on the mound for game two. I do believe they'll win game 4. I think they would win game 5 in Atlanta. The big question would be, can you get game 3? That is going to be very dicey. It'll be Aaron Nola versus probably Bryce Elder / SSAJ. But we knew these were the two best teams in the National League, them squaring off. I don't care what the records say. These are the best two teams in the National League. It's the only thing that I say is this is an absolute shame that it's not a 7-game series for the fans. And baseball's got to fix that. They should have reseeded. It should have been Philly, Dodgers, Braves, Diamondbacks, and then have these two square off in the NLCS. But they did not. I don't know why it's the one sport that is not reseeding, but has nothing to do with it. And whatever is going on, Spencer Strider is giving it an earful to Rick Kranitz. I don't know if he's jumping on him or if he's just jumping on the situation, but he has got an earful going to Rick Kranitz. And I don't know what they're talking about, but I will say this. I'm on Spencer Strider's side. Because Rick Kranitz, I haven't even heard him today, man. I mean, he's just been sitting there. So I don't know what he was going on about. I don't know if it's because they don't want him pitching in the 8th, but I can see that, but it might have something totally do with something else. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia from Orion Kirkering, who just comes into the game. Fires a strike right there at the belt. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on, laced into left field, making the catch. A running catch is Brandon Marsh, and there's one away. So one down. Kirkering, 2 pitches into the ninth. Alvarado has been chased from the game. Righty-righty matchup. Sean Murphy. First pitch on the way, high and inside, misses. It's 1-0. Sean Murphy. His struggles continue at the plate. He's 0 for 2. The 1-0 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-0. Go back to that inning where he could have let that ball hit him. You don't know how that might have unfolded, but he ended up striking out in that at bat. The 2-0 pitch to Murphy. Swung on, banged over to third. Easy play. 5-3 put out, and there's 2 away. Sean Murphy at this point is just really just become an automatic out. So 2 down. And it's not that Darnold's hit much better, but it's just at one point in the season, that was a position that was up. I mean, you remember at one point in the season, that was our cleanup position. We were putting the catcher at the cleanup position. Now they're batting 8th, and you got to question if that's too high. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Rosario's 1 for 1 with a single. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Game 2 of this series is same time Monday night. 6:07 first pitch will come on about 5 o'clock with the pregame show. The 2-0 pitch swung on, pops it up, and another 3 up, 3 down. Rosario giving that at bat away. We'll be back in a flash, heading into the 8th. That's usually the Braves inning. Braves trail by only 2.
Star Bears! Star Bears!
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
You don't slap me for telling jokes. That's unacceptable. And the thing is, Will, I love him, but he was, the happy-go-lucky before the slap, and nobody saw that coming, which was weird. 50 Cent have been going ham on Jada. He didn't slap 50 Cent. He slapped 50 pounds. Chris Rock can't defend himself. His hands don't even make fists. You ever see them little hands? He got like little back scratches.
Armchair.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spaulding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Atlanta Braves, we're headed to the 8th inning. We're trailed just by 2. And that normally you wouldn't worry about it, but because it's 2-0, we haven't gotten on the board yet. He's just feeling a lot like old times. But we still get 2 more at bats. I know they're going to have Kimbrel looming in the 9th. The Braves, if you want a silver lining from this, top of the order next inning. Now, will they go with Kimbrel at the top of the order in the 8th? Because that's kind of that forward thinking that a lot of these managers sometimes lean on, that you use your best guy at the top of the order, not worry about the 9th, you get through the 8th. But for this to be important and for it to matter, the Atlanta Braves are going to have to go out there and shut down the Phillies here in the 8th. And we are facing their top of the order, and A.J. Minter comes to the hill. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way from A.J. to Schwarber. Shows bunt. Don't know why. Down and away, it's 1-0. I mean, Minter, if you see him push bunt, just throw it right down the heart of the plate. If he drops a bunt, he's not waddling down to first before someone throws him out. The 1-0 pitch, right there, first strike, it's 1-1. On this date, 1984, in a game best remembered for Cubs first baseman Leon Durham's 7th inning error on an easy ground ball, the Padres win the NLCS 6-3 at Jack Murphy Stadium. The 1-1 pitch, right there for a strike on the outer edge, it's 1-2. Chicago had a 2-0 lead and a 3-0 lead in the decisive Game 5, but could not end their 39-year World Series appearance drought, and that was in this date, 1984. That is the play that everybody forgets because 2 years later was the Buckner play for the Red Sox in the World Series. But that Leon Durham play was just as horrific. The 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Sit him down, Joe. Schwarber will go grab some pine. On this date, 1995, the 10-4 victory over Colorado. The Braves win their division series behind the solid pitching of Greg Maddux and the power provided by the crime dog Fred McGriff's 2 home runs. The eventual World Series champions will sweep Cincinnati in the NLCS, beating Cleveland in the Fall Classic. And that was in 1995. The first pitch to Trey Turner was outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, lefty-righty matchup, pitch on the way, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-1. We've got one more turn back time, and it is a Braves turn back time that most of y'all will remember, unless you just recently jumped on the bandwagon. The 1-1, lefty-righty matchup. Minter lets her fly, swung on, laced into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single with Bryce Harper coming to the plate. On this date in 2018, at 20 years old, in 293 days, Ronald Acuna Jr. becomes the youngest player in MLB history to hit a postseason grand slam, going deep off of Walker Buehler in the 2nd inning of the Braves' 6-5 victory over the Dodgers in Game 3 of the NLDS. Maybe that's a good omen. Maybe he'll do something next inning. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper is up high, misses, and Turner takes off. He's got that base stealing with ease. Man, are they running on Murphy? He looked like he was caught flat-footed there. I don't think he was. It was a long lead. Yeah, okay, that one is on Murphy because the ball was thrown and he was kind of hopping, and when he realized Murphy was asleep at the wheel, he took off. The 1-0 to Harper, lefty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, high and inside, 97 miles an hour, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Harper. Braves trail 2-0. The 2-0 from Minter on the way. And on the move is Turner. He steals another base on Murphy. So not only is Murphy not hitting, He's not shutting anyone down on the base paths like we were told once upon a past time that was going to be the big thing for getting Murphy. I mean, they are just running all over him. So a 3-0 count. Pitch on the way. Infield in. Swing and a miss. It's 3-1. Infield is in because you can't really allow another run. Just give it away. There is one out. You need a pop out, a strikeout, anything. The pitch on the way. 97 miles an hour. Misses inside. Ball 4. So AJ Minter walks Harper, and now he's got a mess. This may be what Strider was going after. He wanted to be left in, I believe. And Snecker's going to come out, and he's going to pull Minter out, and the bases, first and third, one out, and Pierce Johnson coming into the game. We'll see what happens as when we come back, Alec Boehm to face Pierce Johnson with runners on the corners.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Where do you guys get those hats with the bills over the ears like that? The only ones I could find are the ones with the bills in the front.
No, it's the same. Just turn it sideways on your head.
Thanks.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac McGee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon, he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves in deep water right now. We got runners on the corners. One out. Boehm coming to the plate. Pierce Johnson to face him. And Pierce Johnson, he's coming in to face the right-hander mainly because of that curveball, the ability to strike out, but also possibly bang into a double play. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Curveball right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Boehm's in that same category with Schwarber, where he likes to argue almost every single pitch. I think you got to pick your spots, but he'll learn that as he gets into his career. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Start him off curveball for y'all listening on radio. We're sitting here in the top of the 8th. Runners on the corners. One out. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Set him down, Joe. Pierce's fingers is so. On the play, Bryce knew it was going to be a curveball, so he took off. He stole second. That's the bad news. The good news is the Braves are 1 out away from getting out of this nonsense. Bohm tried to extend that bat to try to make just any kind of contact to stay alive. Here comes Bryson Stott. You wonder if they almost want to pitch around him. The first pitch on the way. Curveball right there at the knees. For a strike, it's 0-1. I mean, I'm not wanting to see some Bryson Stott slamming that bat as like he did against the Fish the other night. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup. This is a lot like facing the Braves lineup where you're like, can you walk 6 guys and somehow not score any runs? Because we don't want to face any of these dudes. The 0-1 pitch. Johnson comes set, swung on, sliced it, fouling out of play. It's 0-2. We are going to experiment with the post-game call-in show tonight, but it doesn't go over well because no one wants to talk because we lost, fair enough, but we're going to open up the phone lines after the game. I just need a second to reset and put the dogs out and all that stuff. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Johnson looks in and lets her fly. Fastball misses high. Trying to chase that 95 out of the zone. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Runners on second and third. 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Curveball in the dirt. 2-2. 10th spot here in Atlanta. Deuces are wild. The Braves trail by 2. You got a 2-2 count, 2 on. One swing, one broken bat single would put the Phillies up by 2 more. Murphy's going to go out there and talk to Pierce Johnson. He might be asking him the obvious question, which would be, do you want to face Stott or do you want to pitch around and go to Real Muto? Not like it's a much better deal, but at least it's righty-righty. Nobody is active in the Philly bullpen, so I would think we're going to get Orion Kerkering again in the 8th. The 2-2 pitch. Pierce lets her go. Did he go around? I guess they're going to say he did not. The ball was in the dirt, kicked away, but not quite far enough for Trey Turner to move from third to home. So now you got a full count. Now you got two outs. The payoff pitch from Pierce. Inside, ball 4. So the bases are now loaded and there's nowhere to put JT Real Muto. They did not want to go after Stott. And I get the reasoning why, but I will also say this. When Murphy goes out there to talk to Johnson like that, if I can read his mind, Stott can read his mind. And so you kind of tip your hand when you go out there. So Real Muto, careful what you wish for. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Pierce lets her go. Off the plate, wide, 1-0. He cannot nibble in this at bat. You've got to go after him. Nowhere to put JT. Braves fans getting restless. The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Murphy jumped up like he was going to throw down to first. I don't know what that's about. None of the runners are going anywhere. The bases are loaded. So bases loaded. Kranitz is going to go out there and talk to Pierce Johnson. Other than him getting yelled at by Spencer Strider in the dugout, this is the first appearance we've seen of Kranitz. We've got a mess because you really don't want to go down 3. But you lay one in there, it could be much worse. Standing on deck is Castellanos. After getting the 2 strikes on Stott, he has now thrown 5 straight balls. Kranitz goes back to the dugout. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, tapped foul, back behind home plate. It's 2-1. I don't know what Kranitz said, but it might be something to the effect of you might as well go after him, because if you start walking guys in, it's kind of a moot point. You really need to keep it at this 2 runs if you can. The Braves offense can explode at any time, but you don't want to make it insurmountable. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, sliced foul and out of play. It's 2-2. Oh, catcher interference. And this is about the 4th time Sean Murphy has done that this year. So it's 3-0 Philadelphia. Sean Murphy continues to unimpress behind home plate. He hasn't hit in about 2 months. They steal on him left and right. And now catcher interference was a foul ball. But home plate umpire and Real Muto, they say he hit you can't see it from the side view, but they all heard it, so it must be true. So what would have been Braves are challenging. That's just one of those things where you're challenging it because you might as well, right? But it seems like I don't see where he did it. But the problem is you have to prove that he did not. We don't have a side view on the other side, which is what you really need is an overhead cam. It's kind of got one there. I don't see how he could have touched it. Because by the time Murphy raises the glove, he's already fouled it off. The only reason why I would tend to think that it was interference was just because by everyone's reactions, including Murphy's. We'll see what happens, but we don't tend to get the calls anyway, so I don't know why I'm hoping that we get it on our side. Here comes the call. And it looks like Mark Carlson, the crew chief, I don't know about that one. When you see I don't see where the bat hit the at first I thought it was automatically yes because of the way everyone reacted, including Murphy. But when you see the replay, the bat didn't slow down. And now there's trash all over the field because they did not overturn it. So it's 3-0. And honest engine, I can't blame the fan. Normally I'd be embarrassed to say this is terrible. This is one of the worst things I've seen. They're going to sit there and they're going to say there's not enough evidence to overturn. But this goes back to the fact, why is Brian O'Nora behind home plate? He's done a terrible job all night long. He's done a terrible job all year long. 86 out of 92 umpires. And he makes a critical call that it looks like he got that one wrong as well. Brian O'Nora is an absolute clown. I think what he heard was the foul tip. It'll be interesting to see what Murphy says. If Murphy admits to it later, then fair enough. But you see, when you see the swing, you don't see the bat slow down. You don't see the glove move. That's your evidence. Brian O'Nora continues to be a terrible umpire, and what he's doing behind home plate in a playoff game, you'll never be able to convince me that it was a good idea. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Kirby Yates and Brad Hand are warming up, but it's now 3-0. It's not that the Braves can't scratch back, but when they put those two guys up, it's almost like they're waving the white flag. And I think the only reason why Real Muto was clapping is because he heard O'Nora's call. They're waving once again. I don't know if there's more trash coming down on the field or what's going on. I mean, all you're really doing at this point is you're helping the Phillies, because the longer a pitcher stands there and doesn't throw the ball, the worse it's going to be on Pierce. But Brian O'Nora, for a lot of reasons, should not be a home plate umpire in the playoffs. And tonight was just very good reason across the board. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is bang foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Braves still trail by just 3. If they can get out of this, you're still talking about, and realize they don't have anyone warming up the bullpen. Orion's been sitting there for a long time, so you don't know how he's going to react to that. The 0-1 pitch swung on, Tapper back to the mound and past the mound, making a barehanded play, gunning him down at first, 6-3. What a great defensive play by Arcia. Maybe that'll fire him up. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Baseball. Braves trail 3-0.
Hi, friend. It's your home speaking, and I need some favors. Could you turn on some of the lights in the basement? I'm scared of the dark. Also, this one is easy. Could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico so we could save money? Last thing, just a suggestion. Could you steam clean the carpets? I need a spa day.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
How the hell can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game?
This is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants, and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. We are heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. Braves trail 3-0. Not a whole lot you can do about that. You just got to have to find a way to fight through it, and maybe things will even out on both sides. As bad as Brian O'Nora's been behind the plate, you never know. It's pretty funny. In the PSF chat that I told y'all we're debuting in tonight, one of the Philly fans said, basically don't throw trash on the field. And I said, yeah, throw the seats. It's just, I mean, they're lucky I'm not in the damn crowd, man, because it would be on. I mean, we're talking about neck bone right there. I would be just kind of like the guy from Old School, but probably more like Bluto from Animal House. So Orion Kirkering is going to come back out. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves have yet to score. The number one offense in baseball, 4 hits, 4 lousy hits, no runs. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. Talked about Kirkering going back out there. I'm just going to call him Orion. That last name is a word salad in a dumpster fire. But he had to sit for a while. The 2-0 off the plate wide, 3-0. And you do wonder, I was a little surprised, as aggressive as they have been in the bullpen, to not have anyone warming up in between. The 3-0 pitch off the plate wide, ball 4. So a leadoff walk to Ronald Acuna Jr. How about that? Let's get things going, Braves country. 1 on, nobody out. Like Justin said in the PSF chat, he said, come back, it's on. The inning. I think Rob Thompson's now going to go get Kirkering. He is, and that's going to bring in Matt Strahm to face the Rake. And then, the Ice House. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. The Braves trail by 3. We got a long way to go. Come on, Braves Country.
Look at Soto. He's kicked. He wants to throw the bat at the fans. Let him. That's his manager pulling him away. Boy, how bad is Jody Davis hurt?
A fan threw a beer at Mario Soto, and that incited him. He grabbed the bat and wanted to go after the fan with a bat.
I'll tell you the truth, and my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you what, when my wife does have sex, she screams, ooh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings and a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Matt Strahm is coming in. The left-hander will face Austin Riley. Then Matt Olson, and he'll turn around Ozzie Albies, assuming we get that far. He would then be set to face Ozuna, and maybe that's why they didn't want to wait, because they don't want him facing Ozuna. So then they would probably go to the right-hander. They could, in theory, go to Kimbrel if they think they can get the four-out save or whatever. So here we go. Runner on first, nobody out. The first pitch on to Riley. High and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on first. Always a threat to go. With Real Muto behind the plate, you got to make sure you can get there. The 2-0 pitch swung on. That ball is laced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And here come your Atlanta Braves. Runner on first and second. Nobody out. The man who leads Major League Baseball in home runs and RBIs coming to the plate. He just took that one and dropped it into left field right in front of Brandon Marsh. Captain Caveman played it off the one bounce. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The first pitch on the way. Up top, just grabbed the strike zone. 82-mile-an-hour slider. It's 0-1. Matt Olson's 0 for 5 with a strikeout career versus Strom. That just means he's due. The 0-1 pitch swung on, rifled, foul, back out of play. It's 0-2. On deck is Ozzie Albies. In the hole, Marcell Ozuna. You wonder once again when they mess with the lineup why you didn't put Ozuna behind Olson. The 0-2 pitch up top misses high, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. That's been the thing all back half of the season, is that you couldn't pitch around Olson because Ozuna lurked on deck. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Inside, almost got him. 2-2. Man, that's another one. That was a soft 82-mile-an-hour slider. I think Olson was thinking to himself, man, I should have just turned. It would have hit me in the top of the shoulder, and I'd have been heading down to first. We would have had the bases loaded, nobody out. Instead, it's a 2-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Acuna stands on second. Riley at first. The pitch on the way. Off the plate, wide, ball 3. So a full count to the ice house. Ozzie Albies on deck. The Braves have the chop going. Really nowhere to put him. The pitch on the way. Swing and fist it foul, back out of play. We'll do it again. Busts him inside. So he goes 93-mile-an-hour fastball inside. Couldn't take it. It was way too close to take. The 3-2 pitch. Strom comes set. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's hit high and deep into center field. Going back on the track. Making the catch is Rojas. He'll throw it back into the infield, but Acuna will move down to first. Riley heads back. Acuna moved down to third, excuse me. Riley moves back to first as he went halfway. Man, oh man, did he come close sending that into orbit. He gave it a ride, just missed that one. It's a good at bat by Olson, just mistimed it. Man, oh man. Thought that thing might carry a little bit. I think on warmer day, that thing gets out. So now you got runners on the corners, one out. They'll play back in the infield. Ozzie Albies, first pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Ozzie Albies from the right side. Traditionally, that's always been his power side. The 1-0 pitch, swung on, hit hard on the ground. Good play by Turner. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. Heck of a play by Trey Turner to get them out of the inning. And the Braves fail to score once again. We will be back in a flash. Braves trail by 3, heading to the 9th inning.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
One strike they count to Gwynn, and the fastball inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At first, second, and short. And Gooden catches the outside corner with a fastball. So it's 1-2. Curveball and hit foul down the left side.
Giving him an off-speed pitch that he can really handle
With a man on third, the infield back, especially through the middle, it's like giving up the run.
Goes back to the fastball, and it's fouled into the stands. So
Shortstop, or to the second baseman.
And the fastball for a ball. It's 2-2. And again, the fastball. That puts the count at 3-2. And as you pointed out, Rusty, he does not strike out often. Got caught looking yesterday. 3-2 pitch, and it's hit down the line. It's foul. 3-2. 3-2 curveball out of the strike zone. So Gooden wins that one.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many a summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back. Braves Country Radio. As we are heading to the 9th inning, you're just joining us. Atlanta's just hasn't come through. They've had so many opportunities with runners in scoring position, just haven't had the big hit. And came so close with that swing by Olsen. That ball died at the warning track. And then Trey Turner, you got to tip your cap to him. That was a heck of a diving stab to turn that double play, especially with Ozzie Albies running down the line, which means they'll have Craig Kimbrell to close out the 9th. We'll just have to see if the Braves can crack through again. Due up in the Braves 9th inning, Ozuna, Harris, and Arcia. First pitch on the way to Brandon Marsh is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit high into shallow left field, drifting back, making the catch is the shortstop, Orlando Arcia. And there's one away. Game 2 is going to be Monday night. Will come your way, 6:07 first pitch. The pregame show will come on 5 o'clock. We'll do it live here on Braves Country Radio, and same thing for the rest of the games. Now, Wednesday is a bit earlier. It's 5:07. First pitch on the way from Iglesias is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. 1-1. You might be wondering, why is Iglesias in the game right now? Well, when you haven't played in several days, you got to at least get him some work, especially with the Braves being off tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch down and away. It's ball taken, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Iglesias kicks and fires, swing and a miss up top, 98 miles an hour. It's 2-2. Rojas, the batter, on deck is Schwarber. Rojas asks for time. We will open up the phone lines here on Braves Country Radio. Just got to step away after the game for a second and let the dogs out and all that stuff. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. See if you want to call and complain or whatever you want to do. We'll leave the phone lines open. We decided to try it out tonight, but this might be a bad night to do it, but we're going to do it nonetheless. Good fastball by Iglesias. Craig Kimbrell is warming up in the bullpen. First pitch on the way to Schwarber's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right inside, misses 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Schwarber. On deck is Turner. 2 outs. Top of the 9th inning. Just game 1 of a 5-game series. The 2-0 pitch. Fastball looking. It's 2-1. 97 miles an hour on the inner cut. The 2-1. Iglesias looks into Murphy. Swing. That ball's popped up high in the sky. Coming in. Who wants it? Acuna calls off Ozzie. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Craig Kimbrell comes in. I mean, you couldn't have a bigger knife in your back than this. Craig Kimbrell comes in to try to close out game 1 of a 5-game set.
Hey, is that a T-bone?
No, there's no T-bone.
Why no T-bone?
Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
My kids, they don't help either, you know. My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter. You kidding? She's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
Armchair.
Why do you suppose people want to listen to you?
I think they know that I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be fair. I don't have a hidden agenda. Not many people on TV that you can say that about. The people like, you think our team sucks? I'm like, yeah, I only think that because they suck. It's just basketball. We're not solving inflation. We didn't just get back from Afghanistan.
Past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Atlanta trails this one 3-0. They'll face Craig Kimbrell. Remember, when Craig Kimbrell does crumble, he crumbles. So you'd like to be in a little different spot in the lineup, but you never know how these relievers come out of the pen. Much like a starting pitcher, if you're going to get to him, you got to get to him early with these closers. By the way, quick update in Louisville. Louisville is tied up with Notre Dame 7-7. Jeff Brom's having a heck of a year, isn't he? Oh, isn't that wonderful? The 1935 Tigers and the 2001 Mariners, who famously spit the bit, are the only two teams to lead major leagues and not score in the first game of the playoffs. First pitch on the way to from Craig Kimbrell to Ozuna, 94 miles an hour for a strike. It's 0-1. Difference between the Braves and the other two teams, they didn't have to wait a week to play a game. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup. Kimbrell lets her fly, swing, fouls it back out of play. It's 0-2. Braves trail this one 3-0, but series obviously far from over. The game's not over, but even if they lose this one, far from over. Got Max Fried on the hill for game 2. Game 4 would be Strider. Game 5 would be Fried again. The 0-2 pitch swung on, bang, foul down the left field line. We'll do it again. The 0-2. Pitch on the way. Down and away, 1-2. Kind of a waste pitch by Kimbrel. So a 1-2 count to Ozuna. He's just trying to get on. He knows his run means nothing. You just got to get on, get the line moving. The 1-2 pitch. Time is called. JT Realmuto is going to go out there and talk to Kimbrel. Dodgers and Diamondbacks are about to get going here in a bit. Game 1 of their series. Baltimore, the best record in the American League, they had the week off. They dropped game 1 as well today. Low scoring affair, 3-2. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees, good take by Ozuna, 2-2. So a 2-2 count by Marcel. Braves trail by 3. Pitch on the way. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Should be playable. Easy for the second baseman Stott. He makes the catch into very shallow right field, and there's one away. So 1 down. Braves down to their final 2 outs. Be Michael Harris is second. And then on deck is Orlando Arcia. The Braves want to put a dent into this game. First pitch on the way. Fastball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. If you're just joining us, a lot of things went wrong for Atlanta tonight, but one of the most absurd things, and it really changes your game when you're down 3 and not 2, was the phantom catcher interference call. The 1-0 foul back out of play. It's 1-1. But maybe that's the juice that the Braves need to get motivated, get fired up. Not that they weren't motivated tonight, but anytime you take a week off like this in baseball, you're going to come back flat. The 1-1 kicks and fires, down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Remember, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So to knock the Braves out, you got to beat them 2 more times. Not going to be an easy feat. The 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3. I know we're never going to hear it, but I would love to hear what Spencer Strider was giving Kranitz an earful about. The 3-1 to Mike. Swung on, hit hard on the ground right at the first baseman. Harper steps on the bag, and there's 2 away. So Braves now down to their last out. They need 2 bloops and a blast. That's the bad news. The good news is you got Arcia and Murphy due up, and if they were to get the 2 on, Eddie Rosario, which we know he steps alive in October, would be at the plate. First pitch on the way to Arcia. Never mind. He pops up the first pitch, and that'll end the game. Captain Caveman makes the catch, and it's 3-0. Low-scoring affair. Atlanta loses game 1 of a 5-game series. Still a long way to go, but what it does mean is Atlanta will have to win in Philadelphia. They have to win Monday night. because you can't go down 2-0 heading back to Philly and expect, though it has been done a few times, you can't expect that to turn out well. All right, we're going to step away for a minute. We'll open up the phone lines, but if folks don't call in the first few minutes, we understand. We're just experimenting with it. Braves lose this one 3-0. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio. Braves lose it 3-0. A tough one, but it's just game number 1. All right. Well, we're going to do this for just a few minutes. If no one calls, then we'll shut her down because I kind of figure this might be a bad night to do it. But we also figure give people a chance to, to vent. If you want to vent, or if you're a Philly fan, you want to gloat. We get it. Braves lose 3-0. Look, the sky isn't falling. I know it feels like it. I'm the first one that wants to panic and go, God bless, what the hell? Well, let's be honest. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world because you can't look at it as we've already lost a game. You got to look at it as they still have to beat us 2 more times. And we got the best offense in baseball. If Philly wins, they're not going to win in Philadelphia. I firmly believe the Braves are going to win Monday night, and they're going to take one in Philadelphia. And so what are we talking about? We're talking about having to win in 5. It's not ideal, but I do believe this Atlanta Braves team can do it. It was an offense that sat on the damn sidelines for a week. And it's not fair to any of the teams that they do it to. The Major League Baseball has got to fix this. Because what you do is you reward the teams that take the week off. I mean, that they get to play. You get to play a team like Miami. Look, I don't want to take anything away from it. Miami sucks. And I mean, all it is, it's just a warm-up game. So they were able to keep their bats hot. They made bigger play. We look like a team that had the day off, or the week off, excuse me. Trying to do 3 things at once, trying to figure this out real quick. Want to make sure that the line is actually open. Believe it's open. So if you give us a call, I believe everything is copacetic. Haven't done this in a while on the call-in show. We used to do this a long time ago on something else, and we decided we're going to try it here. We'll see if it floats at all. The plan is to do it next year pretty regularly, and the plan is next year we're going to do every Braves game except for Sunday afternoons. That's the plan next year. That's the only one that we can't until we get to the point where we can financially be here for Sunday afternoons, then we're not going to be able to do it. But the plan is next year to go all in. We've talked with some folks that want to do this next year that really like the following that we got, and we appreciate everybody. We even appreciate the haters. Look at the haters in the chat. Who we got? We got Nick. We got J Buck, and we appreciate the folks with their heads in the oven. Got I don't know if Yellowton is still out there, but we appreciate him. I always laugh when I see him go on his diatribes and his rants. The best part of the Yelton's rants is that they start in lowercase and then all of a sudden, bam, they're all in capital. And well, cheers to you, Braves country. This is game 1 of what is hopefully a deep run. Nah, the Braves didn't have to win tonight. That's absurd. To say the Braves had to win. If you were to say the Braves would have to win tonight, then what you're really saying is that the Braves didn't have the best record in baseball, the best offense in baseball. They didn't have to win tonight. It would have been nice to win tonight, but I'll put the shoe on the other foot. If the Braves had won tonight, we wouldn't feel like that the series is over. And the Phillies just aren't that. They're not the matchup. They're not the matchup problem people think that they are, because Strider owns the Phillies. He pitched well tonight. The offense didn't show up. And I thought it might unravel, and it very well could have, with Rob Thompson pulling the string very early on his starting pitcher. Suarez is pitching very well. But this is October baseball. October baseball is not a high-scoring game. It'll never be a high-scoring game. October baseball is exactly what we saw tonight, where if you don't get the big hit, you usually regret it. Braves have gotten big hits all year long. Braves will be fine, but they're going to have to go out there. And one of the things I think they need to do, Because obviously, all in all, I thought they had pretty good at bats. I just felt like the Phillies pitched better than the Braves bats did tonight. I'm not going to put it all on them having the week off, because you do that and then you're just coming up with damn excuses. And I hate that. Was it a factor? Absolutely. But at the same token, there were a couple at bats that we gave away, and you cannot give away any at bats. I can only point to maybe one, maybe two at bats that Philadelphia gave away. And that was the difference. What you have to do is you have to take every at bat. And Acuna, I don't know if they have to have a hard conversation with him. He does this during the regular season a lot, where he tries to ambush. Well, you think Philly doesn't know that? There's no way Philly doesn't know that. And so he gave away 2 at bats at the very beginning of the season. I mean, of the game, excuse me. He gave away 2 at bats. And if you're going to give away 2 at bats, you're the MVP of the league, which means you're the MVP of the team. You can't give bats away. It's okay to get out, but you can't be swinging at the first pitch you see. You can't swing at the first pitch you get in the zone. You got to make them work. And, well, we open up the lines, but I don't think anyone's going to call. So, but we're going to try this. I know it's a bad night to, when you lose the first game of a 5-game series. People kind of get down in the dumps, and it's a Saturday night. But we're just trying it out. Philly fans, Braves fans, I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. We'll be here again Monday night here on Braves Country Radio. You can find us on YouTube. If you can't find us anywhere else, you'll find us on YouTube. We have a lot of fun. And look, I mean, it's the hardest sport in the world for a reason. You don't go out there and score every time. And nothing's saying that the Braves offense won't wake up on Monday. And we all know one thing, the Braves score runs in Philadelphia, so that won't be a problem. The difference will be this time around, I believe, is the Braves pitching is not going to just implode in Philadelphia like it did last year. All right, I guess we'll get out of here if we're not going to get any calls, and y'all have a good night. Braves drop a tough one, and y'all have a good night. We'll see you Monday night, 5 o'clock pregame show, 6:07 first pitch.